I did not plan to spend a night in that old cabin. I only wanted a few quiet days away from people, away from noise, away from everything that felt like it kept pulling my mind apart. I chose a remote area because I thought being alone would help me breathe again. I packed simple things, enough food for 2 days, a heavy jacket, a knife I kept for peace of mind, and a flashlight with extra batteries. I started walking early in the morning, and the air felt colder than I expected for that time of year. My hands felt stiff by the time I reached the tree line, and the sky looked flatter and more gray than it should. The trail was not marked. I only had a rough map printed from a website that mentioned an abandoned firewatch cabin somewhere near the higher ridge. That was the random idea I chose. I thought staying in an old lookout point might feel interesting, maybe even calming. The first hour of walking felt normal. I heard the usual forest sounds. The wind brushing the tops of the trees, dry leaves shifting across the ground, the far sounds of birds moving from one branch to another. Nothing strange happened. I walked slowly, sometimes stopping to adjust my backpack or drink water. Everything felt still and safe. After another hour, the forest looked deeper. The trees stood tighter, the branches hung lower, and the light seemed weaker even though it was still morning. My boots kept sinking into soft patches of dirt and wet leaves. I looked around often, not because I felt scared, but because it was the kind of place where you never wanted to lose your sense of direction. The silence grew thicker as I walked. Even the birds stopped making sounds. I tried to ignore it and kept moving. About halfway to the cabin, I saw something that bothered me. The ground near one tree looked disturbed, like someone had dragged something across the dirt not long ago. The soil was darker, wet, and pressed down in a long line. I bent down and touched it. It was cold but not frozen. I kept telling myself it could be anything. Someone dragging firewood, an animal digging, maybe even just rain pushing loose soil downhill. I kept walking, but that line in the ground stayed in my mind. When I got closer to the ridge, the wind picked up. It pressed against my jacket and made the branches creak above me. I could see the cabin from far away, a small dark shape sitting alone between tall trees. It looked more worn down than the pictures I found online. But I kept going because I needed a place to stay before the temperature dropped more. The cabin was smaller than I expected. The wood looked gray and dry. The roof dipped slightly in the middle as if it had been holding weight for too many years. The windows were dirty and cracked. The door hung a little crooked, but it still closed. I pushed it open slowly, letting the cold air spill out of the cabin. Inside, everything smelled like old wood, dust, and something faintly metallic. The floor creaked when I stepped on it. The room had one old table, a broken chair, and a small shelf with empty cans and rusted nails. In the corner sat a cot with a thin mattress. The place looked empty, but it didn't feel empty. I tried not to think too much about that feeling. I put my backpack on the table and walked around the small space, touching the walls lightly to check how weak they were. The wood felt solid enough for one night. I cleaned the dust off the table with my jacket sleeve and sat down to rest. My legs felt tired, and my chest felt heavy from the long walk. I told myself it was just exhaustion. I stayed inside the cabin for about an hour, eating a small meal and warming my hands by rubbing them together. At one point, I stepped back outside to gather some dry sticks and branches for a small fire pit near the cabin. I didn't want to make a fire inside because the chimney looked too clogged with old soot. While gathering wood, I noticed something again, the feeling that the forest around me was too quiet. Even the wind felt muffled. I kept glancing between the trees, expecting to see some animal moving, but I didn't see anything. I thought maybe animals avoided the area because of hunters or because winter was close. That changed when I walked behind the cabin. Behind it, the ground looked even more disturbed. It was not one drag mark this time. There were several footprints. Some looked old and washed out. Others looked fresh. They were not animal tracks. They were boot prints, large ones, too large to be mine. They circled behind the cabin and disappeared into the woods. I stared at them for a long moment. My throat felt dry. I tried to convince myself they belonged to hikers or hunters, but the cabin was far from any normal path. And the prints looked like someone had been walking around the cabin, not passing by it. I spent the next hour trying to calm myself. I checked the cabin door again. I looked out the windows. I sat down, stood up, paced around. My stomach felt tight. When the wind pushed against the walls, the sound made me flinch. I kept telling myself I was alone, but my mind did not believe it fully. As daylight faded, the forest turned darker and heavier. I sat near the fire pit outside, watching the small flames move. The heat felt good on my hands. I kept adding small branches to keep it alive. Every few minutes, I looked behind me at the tree line. The dark shapes between the trunks looked like they shifted slightly, even though I knew it was only the movement of my own eyes. While I sat by the fire, I heard something out in the woods. Not loud, but sharp. A crack, like a dry branch snapping under weight. I turned my head fast, staring into the darkness. I waited for another sound. Nothing came. I listened for so long that the fire started to shrink. I forced myself to look away and add more sticks. I kept telling myself it was just an animal, but the snap sounded too heavy for a small creature. When the sun finally disappeared fully, I went inside the cabin, leaving the fire burning low. I closed the door quietly and latched it with the small metal hook. It felt too weak to offer real safety, but it was all I had. I moved my backpack under the table and tried to settle on the cot. The mattress felt cold and stiff. I curled up under my jacket and listened to the sounds outside. For the first hour, nothing strange happened. I could hear the wind, the fire crackling outside, and the usual creaking of old wood. But then, sometime in the middle of the night, I heard a sound that made my whole body freeze. Something stepped on the dry leaves outside the cabin. The sound was slow, deliberate. One step, then a long pause. Another step, then another pause. The footsteps were too heavy to be from a deer, too slow to be from a wandering animal. I lay completely still on the cot, barely breathing. The sound circled the cabin. I could hear leaves shifting, twigs snapping lightly, and something brushing against the old wooden wall. My chest tightened so much it hurt. I kept staring at the ceiling because I was too afraid to look toward the windows. I could hear the steps stop directly behind the cabin, right near the back wall where I had seen the footprints earlier. The silence after that felt thicker than anything I had ever felt. My hands shook slightly, and I pulled them closer to my chest to stop them. The steps returned after a few minutes, but this time they were closer to the front. I could hear the snow-like crunch of cold leaves under heavy boots. The steps stopped again right outside the door. The thin metal hook on the door felt useless. My pulse hammered inside my ears. I felt certain that whoever was out there could hear the movement of my breath. The doorknob moved. Not much, just a slow, small rattle, like someone testing it gently. I felt a cold wave rush across my whole body. I stared at the door without blinking. I could see the small metal hook trembling slightly as the knob moved again. It was slow, careful, almost patient. Whoever stood outside knew someone might be inside, and they were testing how locked the door was. The knob stopped moving after a few seconds. Silence returned. I did not move even an inch. I kept staring at the door for what felt like an hour. Then the steps moved again. Slow, deliberate, circling the cabin once more. I stayed awake the whole night. Every sound felt like it came from inches away. Sometimes I thought I heard breathing near the back wall. Sometimes I thought I heard whispers, but I knew it was the wind pushing through the cracks. The night stretched on endlessly, and by the time the sky lightened slightly, the footsteps had faded far into the woods. I got out of the cabin as soon as the sun rose. My hands were trembling so badly that I had trouble unhooking the latch. When I stepped outside, the cold air hit my face sharply. The first thing I noticed were the prints. Fresh ones, deep ones. They circled the cabin, just like I heard them. Some prints stopped right at the door. The ground showed a slight twist in the dirt where the person must have stood still for a long moment. I looked out toward the woods, but I didn't see anyone. The forest looked completely normal again, silent, cold, and still. But I knew someone had been here, someone close, someone who moved around with slow steps, like they were studying the cabin, studying me. I packed my things quickly, barely stopping to make sure I didn't leave anything behind. I kept glancing at the tree line. The feeling of being watched never left me. Every time a branch moved in the wind, I felt my chest tighten. I started walking down the trail, trying to move fast but quiet. The cold air made my breath sharp. I kept turning around every few minutes, expecting to see someone following. The forest looked the same as before, gray, endless, and too quiet. I kept going, pushing through branches, stepping over roots, hurrying through the soft ground. My mind kept replaying the sound of the door handle turning. It echoed over and over again inside my head. After nearly an hour of fast walking, I saw something that made me stop. Fresh footprints on the path ahead. The same large boot prints. They were not heading toward the cabin. They were heading away from it. But they were not old. They were recent. The edges were crisp. The soil inside them was still wet and dark. The prints continued down the same narrow trail I needed to use to leave the area. Whoever made them had walked down that path not long ago. Maybe minutes, maybe even less. I stood completely still for a long moment. My heartbeat pounded violently in my chest. The forest around me felt suffocating. I looked behind me. The trees looked too dense to cut through, and I didn't know the woods well enough to leave the path. If I strayed too far, I risked getting lost completely. But if I followed the path, I would be following the exact route of the person who had walked around my cabin all night. I had to choose. My legs felt heavy, but I forced myself to keep walking. I stayed low and moved slowly at first, listening carefully. Every few steps, I looked around. Sometimes I thought I heard movement far ahead, but I couldn't be sure. The prints continued for a long distance. Every time I found a new one, my stomach twisted more. It felt like I was walking in the shadow of someone I did not want to meet. As I got closer to the edge of the forest, I saw something else. Something that made my whole body tense. A small clearing appeared ahead, and on the far side of the clearing stood a tree with thick bark. On that bark, I saw deep scratch marks. They were not from an animal. They looked like someone had dragged a knife blade across the trunk repeatedly. Some scratches were long, some shorter, all carved with force. On the ground under the tree sat a crushed cigarette pack, and next to it a crumpled piece of cloth that looked like part of a jacket sleeve. The edges were torn. I did not touch anything. I didn't want to know more than what I already saw. I stepped back slowly and looked around the clearing. Nothing moved. The forest stayed still, but I felt watched again. I walked faster after that. My chest hurt from breathing too hard. My hands felt numb from the cold and fear. Every sound around me made me jump. I didn't care if I made noise anymore. I only wanted to get out. The trees finally started thinning, and I could see the wider path leading toward the road. I moved even faster, nearly stumbling several times. My boots slipped on wet leaves. My backpack straps cut into my shoulders. But I didn't stop. When I reached the road, I finally let myself breathe. My legs felt weak. I kept looking behind me, making sure no one had followed. I walked along the road until I reached the place where I had parked earlier. My car sat alone, covered in a thin layer of cold morning dew. Nothing looked disturbed. No prints around it. No sign of anyone nearby. I unlocked the car with shaking hands and got inside fast. I locked the doors immediately. I sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. My whole body felt drained. My mind kept replaying everything. The footprints, the scraped tree trunk, the sound of the door handle turning in the dark. I started the engine and pulled onto the road quickly, not looking back. The forest grew smaller in the rearview mirror, but the feeling inside my chest stayed tight. As I drove further away, I tried to convince myself that whoever was out there must have left. That the person wandering around the cabin had no interest in me. That they were just passing through. But two things kept bothering me long after I left the forest. The first was how slow the footsteps had been. Slow enough to sound like the person wanted to be heard, or that they were studying the cabin carefully, step by step. The second was that the footprints on the trail were heading away from the cabin, fresh ones, which meant the person left only minutes before I walked down the same path. And nothing about that felt like an accident. In the days after, I kept thinking about how close the person had stood to the cabin door. The hook on the door had shaken slightly, If I had forgotten to latch it, even by accident, that door would have pushed open easily. I kept imagining waking up to footsteps inside the cabin instead of outside it. Each time I pictured it, my stomach twisted and my chest felt tight. I never went back to that forest, and I never used a random printed map again. The idea of walking into another unmarked area made my hands shake. The cabin is still out there somewhere. The footprints around it washed away eventually. The forest grew quiet again, but the person who walked around it that night, slowly circling the thin walls while I lay frozen on the cot, they were real, and they were close. Close enough to touch the door handle. Close enough to breathe on the other side of the wall. Close enough that if I had made one wrong move, I probably would not have walked out of that forest alive. That night taught me something I never forgot. Sometimes the scariest thing in a place like that is not the darkness, not the isolation, not the old cabin or the deep woods. It's the fact that you are not always as alone as you think you are. Asterisk asterisk. I still hear that slow turn of the door handle when I try to sleep. And every time I do, I remember how thin the door was, how weak the hook was, and how someone stood just inches away from me in the cold dark night, waiting, listening, and moving with footsteps that were far too slow to be innocent. That was the clearest ending I could have. I survived because the person outside chose not to come in. But the worst part is knowing they could have. I arrived at the cabin late in the afternoon, much later than I had planned, because the drive through the mountain road took longer than I expected. I had chosen this cabin because it was cheap, small, and far from the city. I wanted a few days of quiet, away from work and away from people. I thought the cold mountain air and the open forest around me would help me clear my head. I did not think about anything going wrong because I had been on solo trips before, and nothing strange ever happened. I felt tired but calm when I parked the car beside the small dirt path that led to the cabin. The place looked old but good enough. It had one small porch, one door, 2 windows in front, and a slanted roof covered in leaves that had not been cleaned in a long time. The sun was low behind the trees, and the light came through the branches in broken lines that made the whole place look colder than it actually was. I felt the temperature drop the moment I stepped out of the car. I carried my bag inside the cabin and looked around. It was one room with a small kitchen section, one bed pushed against the far wall, one old table near the window, and a bathroom door beside the bed. The cabin smelled like dry wood and old dust, the kind that settles when a place is not used often. I opened one small window and let some of the cold air inside. I put my things on the table and checked the cabinets for anything useful. I found old matches, a half-broken lantern, 2 empty cans, and a rusty tin opener. The owner had told me to bring everything I needed, so I was not expecting much. After checking the place, I walked outside again. The forest around the cabin was thick and quiet, and the light was almost gone now. The trees were tall and close together, and the ground was covered in dead leaves that made soft sounds under my shoes. The air smelled like dirt and pine. I could hear distant birds, but they faded quickly as the sun vanished behind the mountains. I felt the cold rise in my chest when I realized how alone I was. I liked being alone in places like this, but something about the silence felt heavier than usual. I reminded myself that it was normal for forests to get quiet at dusk, but the thought did not help much. I locked the car and went back into the cabin. I shut the door, and even though the lock was small and old, I felt a bit more comfortable when I turned it. I turned on the small battery lamp I brought with me, placed it on the table, and started preparing something to eat. As I ate, I kept looking at the window from time to time. The darkness outside had thickened, and the glass reflected part of the room, which made it harder to see anything out there. The trees swayed a little, and I heard the wind brushing against the walls of the cabin. Everything felt normal for the first hour. The first strange thing happened when I finished eating. I heard a soft sound outside, something like a footstep in the leaves. It was light, almost gentle, but clear enough that I knew it was not the wind. I stood still and waited. For a long moment, nothing followed. I thought maybe it was an animal, maybe a deer or something smaller. I convinced myself of that quickly because I did not want to think of anything else. I checked the window, but all I could see was the reflection of the lamp and the black shapes of the trees behind it. I cleaned up the table and walked around the small room to make sure everything was in place. Then I sat on the bed and tried to relax. The wind outside kept pushing against the walls. The cabin made small sounds, but they all felt normal. I lay down for a while and closed my eyes, hoping to sleep early, but the quiet made it hard. The kind of silence where you start hearing your own heartbeat and breathing. I turned to the other side and tried to focus on the sound of the wind. Then I heard another sound. Not from the trees this time, not from the wind. Came from behind the cabin. A slow, heavy step, then a second one. I sat up fast. My heart started beating hard. The steps stopped as soon as I moved. I sat there on the edge of the bed, not breathing for a moment, trying to listen again. The silence felt thicker now. I stood up and walked slowly to the window. I kept the lamp low so the reflection would not blind me. I tried to look through the glass into the dark forest. I could not see anything moving. The window only showed shadows and the cold night outside. My hand felt cold as I held the edge of the table. I waited for a few minutes at the window, hoping to hear nothing else. The steps did not continue, so I returned to the bed. I lay back, but I could not relax anymore. My mind kept returning to the sound. It was not the sound of a small animal. It was too slow and too heavy for that. I tried to tell myself that maybe something big had moved by accident. Maybe part of a branch fell. Maybe the ground shifted. Anything that would help me ignore what I clearly heard. But the uneasiness stayed in my chest. After almost half an hour of lying there awake, staring at the ceiling, I heard it again. This time, the sound came from the front of the cabin, near the porch, a soft step on the wood. The porch floor had old loose planks that made different sounds depending on where someone stepped. I knew the sound came from the porch floor because I had stepped on it earlier, and I remembered how it felt under my shoes. Now something else was standing there, something that was not wind or an animal. I froze. I did not even blink. My breath stayed locked inside my throat as I listened. For a moment, it was silent again. Then the sound came once more. A slow shift of weight on the old wood. Then another one, and another. Someone was outside my cabin. I grabbed my lamp and turned it off so the room went dark. My eyes slowly adjusted, but not enough to see everything clearly. I stood near the bed and listened. I did not move even an inch. I tried to feel the vibrations on the floor, but the cabin was too old and muffled. The steps stopped. The silence felt so deep that it hurt my ears. I waited for something to follow, but nothing came for a long time. I slowly walked toward the door, keeping my steps light. I placed my ear against the door and waited. I expected to hear breathing or movement, but all I heard was the wind brushing lightly against the cabin walls. Then, right when I was about to step back, I heard another sound, a soft scrape, as if something brushed against the door. My blood went cold. The scrape was not loud, but it was clear. It was the sound of fabric or skin touching the wood. I moved away from the door quickly and stood in the center of the room. My hands were shaking now. I could feel sweat on my forehead even though the room was cold. I looked at the windows again. They were dark, but I felt like something was out there staring through them. Even if I couldn't see it, I felt watched, completely watched. I stayed standing there for several minutes. My legs felt heavy. The room felt smaller than before, like the walls were closer to me. The sound outside stopped again, but I knew the person, or whatever it was still there. I did not believe it just left. Not after the way the steps moved around the cabin. I waited long enough to convince myself that maybe it was gone. I did not want to open the door or window to check. I just wanted to go back to the bed and try to stay awake until the sun came up. I walked back to the bed and sat on it. The mattress made a light noise under me. I pulled my bag closer so I could reach it easily in case something happened. I looked at the door again. I stared at it for a long time, almost waiting for it to move, but it stayed still. I tried to lie down, but my heart was beating too fast. My ears felt sharp, picking up every small noise inside the cabin and outside of it. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a soft click at the window. I turned my head so fast that my neck hurt. The sound was light, almost like someone tapping or lightly pressing fingers against the glass. My stomach tightened as I stared at the dark shape of the window. It was too dark to see anything clearly, but I felt the presence there. The sound came again, a gentle press like someone testing the window. I did not move. I did not blink. I did not even breathe. I stared at the window waiting for something else. I heard the faintest creak, like the window frame was being touched or leaned on from the outside. My pulse hammered in my ears. I stepped backward slowly, keeping my eyes on the window. The sound stopped again. The silence became even heavier than before. I felt trapped inside the cabin. I wanted to grab something to defend myself, but there was nothing useful in the room. Only the small tin opener from the kitchen drawer, but it was too flimsy to be helpful. I picked it up anyway, even though it felt almost useless in my hand. I sat on the far side of the bed, staring at the window. The cold air slipping through a small crack in the frame touched my skin, and I felt a chill that went down my spine. Then I heard the sound that scared me the most so far. Slow footsteps walking around the cabin. Not running, not stumbling. Slow, steady steps circling the cabin walls. They moved from one side to the back, then to the other side, then stopped near the porch again. The steps were too heavy to be from an animal. They sounded like someone walking with caution, taking their time, knowing exactly where they were. I imagined the person outside studying the cabin, looking at every entrance, checking the windows, finding weak spots, planning something. I felt sick when that thought entered my mind. I pressed my back against the wall and tried to think. I could not leave the cabin because whoever was outside was too close. I could not call anyone because I had no signal here. I checked earlier when I arrived, and I remembered the phone showed 0 bars. Even if I climbed into the car and tried to drive away, the path was too narrow and dark. The person might run after me or block the road. I had no idea how many people there were either. I only heard one set of steps, but I could not be sure. I sat there shaking, listening as the steps faded for a moment. Then everything went quiet again. I hated the quiet more than the sounds because when it was quiet, I knew the person was waiting or standing still somewhere outside. Hours passed like that. I kept checking the windows and the door with the lamp turned off so the room stayed dark. I did not sleep at all. I just waited. Every little sound from the forest made me jump. Sometimes I thought I heard breathing, but I was not sure if it was real or just my own fear. At around what felt like the middle of the night, I heard something that made my whole body freeze. The door handle moved. It was small, but I heard it clearly. A slow metal click, like someone pressing it down gently to test if the door would open. I stared at the door without blinking. My hands shook around the tin opener. The handle moved again, a slow push downward. Then it stopped. I heard a faint inhale from the other side of the door. Not loud, but close. I stepped back slowly until my legs hit the edge of the bed. I stayed there for a long minute. The handle did not move again, but I felt the presence right behind the door. Nothing else happened for the rest of the night, but the silence outside felt worse than the sounds. I knew the person stayed there. I knew they were waiting for me to lose focus, fall asleep, or make a mistake. I stayed awake until I saw the faint light of morning pushing into the sky through the trees. It was still dim, but at least it was no longer complete darkness. I waited longer just to be sure. After a while, the forest outside began to make its normal morning sounds, small birds and the wind, and that helped me confirm that the night was finally gone. When I felt it was safe enough, I slowly approached the door. My hands were shaking again. I pressed my ear against the wood and listened. Nothing. No steps. No breathing. No movement. I unlatched the lock with my heart pounding in my throat. I opened the door slowly, ready to close it fast if someone was standing outside. But there was no one there. The porch looked normal at first glance, but when I looked down at the wooden planks, I saw fresh footprints in the thin layer of dust. They were clear and deep. They were larger than mine. Someone was definitely out there. I stepped outside and looked around the cabin. More footprints led around the cabin walls, showing the same slow pattern I had heard through the night. The prints circled the cabin multiple times. They stopped at the windows. They stopped at the front door. They stopped near the back wall where I had heard the first heavy steps. Then I followed them further. The footprints led into the forest. I walked a few feet into the trees and saw more prints. Then I saw something else. A fresh footprint much deeper than the rest, as if the person had stood there for a long time watching the cabin. That print pointed directly toward the window where I had heard the tapping. As I kept walking along the trail of prints, I saw something that made my stomach twist. A piece of torn fabric caught on a branch. A dark, worn piece of clothing. It looked like part of a jacket sleeve. It hung there as if the person brushed against the tree when they left. I looked deeper into the forest, but I could not see anyone. The trees swallowed the tracks after a while as the ground turned harder and the leaves spread thicker. I did not want to follow them any farther. I felt like the person might still be somewhere watching from between the trees. I walked back to the cabin fast. I packed my things in a rush, and my hands kept shaking the entire time. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone walk out of the forest. I locked the cabin door even though I was leaving. My breathing was heavy as I reached my car. I turned the engine on and drove away without looking back. As I drove down the dirt path, I felt like the trees on both sides were hiding eyes. I felt watched even though I could not see anything. My heart kept pounding as I reached the main road. When the cabin disappeared behind the trees, I finally took a deep breath, but I still felt sick. When I reached the town below the mountain, I stopped the car in a small parking area beside a shop. I got out and leaned against the door, trying to calm myself. My legs were weak. My hands felt cold. The reality of the night settled slowly in my mind. Someone had been outside my cabin the entire night. Not an animal, not a lost traveler. Someone who walked slowly and carefully around the cabin walls. Someone who pressed the door handle to see if it would open. Someone who tapped on the window. Someone who stood in the forest before sunset watching me. Someone who waited through the night without saying a word, without leaving even once. The ending became clear to me as I stood there in the daylight. I was lucky the door held. I was lucky I did not fall asleep. I was lucky the person outside did not try harder to get in. Whoever it was had come prepared to wait. They did not panic. They did not rush. They moved with patience, like someone who had done this before. The footprints showed no signs of running, only slow, steady steps. They walked around the cabin as if they were studying it, memorizing it. They touched the windows and door like someone testing weak points. They did not break in because they did not need to rush. They had time. Too much time. And I realized something even worse when I replayed the night in my head. They never tried to force the door. They never slammed anything. They never made loud threats. They stayed silent the whole time, which meant one thing. They were not trying to scare me. They were waiting for the right moment. I left the mountain that morning and never returned to that cabin again. I never asked the owner about the place, and I never went back to any cabin alone after that. The memory of that slow step on the porch still wakes me up sometimes. I never saw the person's face. I never knew their reason. I never knew if they stayed in the forest after I left. But the footprints were real. The tapping was real. The door handle moving was real. The ending was simple and terrifying in a way I still think about. They were out there that entire night, inches from me, waiting on the other side of thin wood and old glass. And if they had decided to push harder, I would not have been able to stop them. That night ended because the sun came up. Not because I was safe. Not because they left. Just because morning arrived before they made their move. And the part that stays with me the most is the thought I cannot get out of my head even now. If I had fallen asleep, even for a minute, I would never have known what woke me. Or who. I went to the cabin because I wanted a simple week away from everything. I had been working too much, sleeping too little, and eating whatever I could find during late hours. My head felt heavy every morning, and every night I went to bed with my back hurting from sitting too long. The cabin belonged to a friend who told me it was empty for most of the year. It was small but had everything I needed. It was deep in the woods, far from any road, and surrounded by long slopes of thick trees and endless silence. I thought being alone in a quiet place would help me feel normal again. I thought the stillness would calm my head. I did not know how wrong I would be. The hike to the cabin took longer than I planned. The path was narrow and looked like it had not been used for a long time. Fallen branches covered half of it, and the ground felt uneven under my boots. My backpack felt heavier than it should have. The air was cold enough to sting my nose, and every breath felt sharp. I kept walking because I wanted to reach the cabin before the weather changed. Clouds were moving slowly over the sky, thick and dark, and the wind kept pushing through the trees with long, deep sounds. When I finally saw the cabin from a distance, it looked smaller than I expected. It sat on a slight rise in the ground, with a small porch that had a broken step and a roof that slanted heavily to one side. The wood looked old and dry. The windows were dark. The whole place looked like it had not been touched in months. I told myself that was a good thing because it meant I would have total silence. I walked up to the door, feeling tired and hungry, and pushed it open. The hinges made a rough sound that scraped through the air. Inside, the air felt cold and stale, but the space was simple. A small bed in the corner, a table, a chair, and a wood stove that looked older than the cabin itself. Dust covered most surfaces, and the floor felt uneven, but it looked safe enough. I dropped my backpack and sat on the bed. The mattress was thin and hard, and the blanket looked worn. But I did not care. I felt relieved just to sit down. I took a deep breath and let myself relax for a moment. I listened to the wind pushing against the cabin walls. I listened to trees shifting outside. I listened to the heavy emptiness of the place. I stayed there for a while, letting the silence sink into me, trying to push away the stress I had carried for so long. When I finally stood up, I unpacked the small supplies I brought. A few cans of food, a flashlight, a knife, clothes, a small bag of tools, and some firewood I carried just to start the first fire. After that, I would cut my own wood outside. I lit the stove and warmed the room, letting the fire crackle slowly. The air started to feel softer. The shadows on the walls moved with the flames. I warmed my hands and watched the orange light spread across the small cabin. I felt good for the first time in days. I cooked a simple meal, ate quietly, and stared at the dark window. I could not see anything outside. The glass reflected the room back at me. I went to bed early that night, letting the wind settle me to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night because of a sound outside. It was slow and steady, like someone walking in the snow or on dry leaves. The cabin sat on hard ground mixed with dead leaves and old dirt, so every step outside made a clear noise. At first, I thought it was a deer. The woods were full of them, and the sound was calm. It did not feel rushed or panicked. I listened to it with my eyes closed, waiting for it to fade. But it did not fade. Instead, it moved slowly around the cabin, one soft step after another. My eyes opened. My body felt stiff. I pushed myself up slightly, enough to look toward the window. I could not see anything except my own faint reflection and the dark behind it. The steps moved closer to the wall and then stopped. I waited. Nothing happened. After a long moment, the steps started again, moving toward the back of the cabin, then around the side. Slow, heavy, controlled. This was not a deer. Deer moved with quick, light steps. This was different. It felt like someone walking calmly in the dark, circling the cabin without any hurry. I stayed still for a long time, listening. My chest felt tight. The steps stopped again, this time near the front porch. They did not move for a long time. My heart felt loud in my ears. Then the steps faded slowly as if whoever it was walked away. I waited longer, trying to convince myself it was just an animal I did not recognize. After almost an hour of silence, I finally fell back asleep. In the morning, I stepped outside and looked around the cabin. The ground was covered with a mix of dirt and old leaves, so footprints were hard to see. But near the front porch, I could see clear marks. They were shoe prints, not boots like mine, but something flatter. The prints pointed toward the porch and then away into the trees. My stomach tightened when I saw that the prints had come very close to the door. I told myself it might have been a hiker passing through, but the cabin was far from any normal path. I had walked almost 3 hours from the main road. No one came this way by accident. Still, I did not want to let fear take over so early. I picked up an axe from the back of the cabin and chopped firewood for the day. The cold air made every breath sharp, and my hands felt stiff. The sound of the axe hitting wood echoed through the trees. I tried not to think about the footprints. I tried to focus on simple things: the fire, the chores, the quiet. But all day, I had the strange feeling that someone had been watching the cabin at night. When evening came, the wind grew stronger. I shut the door and made sure the latch was tight. I warmed the cabin again, cooked, and sat on the bed with my back against the wall. The firelight made every corner flicker. My body felt tired from chopping wood, and I hoped that would help me sleep. It did not. I woke up again during the night. This time, there were no steps. Instead, there was a soft scratching sound near the window, a slow, dragging noise, like someone sliding something across the glass. The hairs on my arms stood up. I did not move. I stared at the window, but it was too dark to see anything. The sound lasted only a few seconds, then stopped. I waited, breathing as quietly as I could. The wind pushed against the walls again, and I tried to tell myself it might have been a tree branch. But there were no branches near the window. The next morning, I looked at the glass. There was a smear across it, thin and almost invisible, like someone had dragged their hand there. I ran my fingers over it and felt the thin line of moisture dry under my touch. Someone had been close enough to touch the window. I stepped back and looked around the trees. They stood silently, tall and unmoving. The woods looked empty, but I could not shake the feeling that someone had stood there watching me sleep. That day, I walked farther into the woods, trying to clear my head. The silence felt heavier than usual. Even birds stayed quiet. I walked for hours until the cabin looked small in the distance. I moved deeper until the trees grew closer together and the ground felt soft under my boots. I found no signs of anyone, no broken branches, no footprints, nothing. But when I returned to the cabin, something felt wrong. My backpack had moved. I left it beside the bed, leaning against the wall. When I came back, it was in the middle of the floor. Nothing inside was missing. Nothing was damaged. But someone had been inside the cabin. Someone had stepped through the same doorway I used, walked across the floor, and touched my things while I was gone. My stomach twisted. I checked the door. The latch had not been broken. The windows were still shut. The only way in was the door, and someone had opened it easily. I stood in the center of the room, listening. My ears rang with the heavy silence. I felt watched even though I could not see anyone. I grabbed the axe and kept it near me for the rest of the day. I tried to calm myself. I tried to think logically. Maybe the wind pushed the backpack, but the bag weighed too much. Maybe an animal got inside, but the door had been latched. None of the explanations made sense. The sun went down slowly, and I lit the stove again. The fire crackled and the shadows danced on the walls. I sat near the door with the axe close to my leg. I felt too tense to sleep. Hours passed slowly. The fire dimmed. The wind died. The woods became completely silent. Then I heard breathing outside the door. Soft, steady breathing. Close enough that I could tell the person was standing right on the other side. My chest tightened until it hurt. I stared at the door, barely breathing myself. The breathing grew heavier, slower, like someone was standing still, calming themselves or waiting. The sound moved lower, as if the person leaned down. Then there was a faint tap at the bottom of the wood, soft but clear. I did not move. The breathing stopped suddenly. Silence filled the cabin again. I waited for what felt like forever, but no sound came. When I finally stood up, my legs felt weak. I did not sleep at all that night. In the morning, I opened the door with shaking hands. I expected footprints again, but the ground looked undisturbed. No shoe prints, no signs, as if the person had floated rather than walked. But I knew what I heard. I knew someone was out there. I spent most of the day gathering wood, checking the cabin's surroundings, and trying to see if anyone was hiding in the trees. But the woods stayed silent. I could not see any movement. I could not find any sign of another person. The silence made me more nervous. It felt unnatural, as if the woods themselves were waiting for something. That night, I could not sit still. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow looked like someone hiding. The firelight felt too weak to protect me from the darkness pressing against the cabin walls. I moved the table in front of the door and placed the chair on top of it. It would not stop someone from coming in, but it would make noise that could wake me. I kept the axe in my hand and sat against the wall. I forced myself to stay awake. The fire burned low. My eyes felt heavy. I fought to keep them open. I do not remember falling asleep. What woke me was the table sliding across the floor. Very slowly. The sound made my whole body freeze. My eyes widened before my mind even understood what was happening. The table moved as if someone outside was pushing the door and forcing it open inch by inch. The chair rattled on top of it. The wood creaked under the pressure. My heart pounded so hard I could barely hear anything else. The door was being pushed from outside. I tightened my grip on the axe. My hands shook so hard I could barely keep hold of it. The table scraped louder. The chair wobbled. Then everything stopped. Silence again. I stared at the door without blinking. A few seconds later, the table slid again, this time faster, and the chair clattered to the floor. The door jolted inward, slamming against the wood frame. I jumped to my feet, fear exploding through me. I backed up to the far wall, the axe held up, my breath shaking. Then everything stopped again. No door opening, no footsteps, no breathing, nothing. I stood there for almost an hour, waiting for something to happen. My legs felt numb. I could barely feel the axe in my hands. When the sun finally rose slowly, the light leaking between the shutters, I gathered the courage to approach the door. The latch was still in place, but the wood around the frame had fresh marks. Someone had pushed so hard that the wood had begun to split. The door had held only because the old frame was thicker than it looked. My hands shook as I touched the cracks. Whoever was outside was strong, calm, patient. I felt sick. I knew I could not stay another night. I packed everything quickly and kept the axe in my hand the whole time. I left the fire dead. I left the bed unmade. I stepped outside and looked around one last time. The trees were calm. The ground looked normal. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. But I felt watched. I started walking fast, heading toward the path that led out of the woods. My breath fogged in front of me. My legs hurt from tension. I kept looking behind me every few minutes. First, I saw nothing. But after a while, I noticed something between the trees. A shape, person standing still. I could not see any details, but the outline was unmistakable. The person did not move. They just stood there facing me. I kept walking faster now. My chest tightened. Sweat mixed with the cold air on my face. I turned again. The figure was gone. I forced myself not to run. Running would make noise. Running would draw attention. Running would make me lose control of the path. I kept walking with quick, tense steps. My heart felt like it would tear through my chest. Every second felt longer than the last. After almost an hour of walking, the cabin was far behind me. The woods grew thinner. I recognized the slope that led to the last stretch before the main road. I felt a small wave of relief, weak but real. I started walking faster, almost jogging now. The ground softened. The air felt lighter. I kept my eyes forward. Then I heard steps behind me. Fast steps. Controlled steps. Not running, but walking with purpose. I turned my head slightly, enough to see someone far down the path. A man. Tall. Thin. Wearing dark clothes. Head slightly tilted forward. He walked in a straight line toward me. Not running. Not slowing down. Just walking as if he already knew he would catch up eventually. My throat tightened. I turned back and kept moving, pushing myself harder. My boots slipped on the ground a few times. My breath felt sharp. I did not look back again. I focused on reaching the road. If I reached the road, maybe I could find a car or someone who could help. Minutes stretched endlessly. When I reached the edge of the woods, the road appeared ahead, empty and gray. I stepped onto it and kept walking fast, moving away from the trees. I felt exposed, but at least I was out of the woods. I kept the axe in my hand. My arm felt numb. After almost 15 minutes, I looked back for the first time. The man was standing at the tree line, not stepping out, just standing there, staring at me. His posture was straight. His shoulders were relaxed. He did not move at all. He stood as if watching me leave, knowing he could follow if he wanted. I stared at him, frozen. After a long moment, he stepped back into the trees and disappeared. I walked the rest of the road without looking back again. I reached the small parking area where I had left my car. My hands fumbled with the keys. When I finally started the engine, my hands were shaking so hard I could barely control the wheel. I drove off fast, not slowing until I reached the main highway. When I finally got home, I locked every door, every window, every possible entry point. I barely slept for days. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow made me feel watched. I kept imagining the man standing outside my home the same way he stood outside the cabin. Calm, patient, waiting. Weeks passed, and the fear stayed with me like a weight. I tried to go back to work. I tried to live normally, but the image of the man in the woods never left my mind. The clear ending came the day I received a small package in the mail with no return name. Inside, there was nothing but a thin piece of wood, a piece broken from a cabin door frame, with the same fresh cracks I saw before I escaped. Someone had followed me far enough to leave it. Someone wanted me to know he had been closer than I thought. And someone wanted me to understand one simple, painful thing. He had not finished with me yet. I went to the cabin because I needed a break from everything around me. I had been feeling tired for weeks, like my mind was running all the time even when I was trying to sleep. I thought being somewhere quiet would help me reset myself. The cabin belonged to a distant relative who hardly ever used it anymore. It sat in a quiet area at the base of a long hill, surrounded by tall trees that formed thick shadows even during the day. There was only one narrow dirt road that reached it, and even that road looked like it had not been used much. When I arrived, the air felt colder than I expected. It wasn't winter yet, but the wind seemed to cut through my clothes more sharply up here. I parked the car close to the front porch so I wouldn't have to walk far in the dark later. The cabin looked older than I remembered. The wood on the outside walls had darkened over the years, and the windows looked dusty. It gave me a strange feeling, like I was about to step inside a place that had been asleep for a long time. Inside, everything smelled like dry wood. I spent a long time sweeping the floor, wiping dust from the counters, and opening a few windows to let in fresh air. After I settled in, I placed my backpack on the table and started arranging my things. I kept checking the windows every few minutes, not because I expected anything, but because the forest outside looked so still. Too still. No movement, no light, no sound except the occasional crack of branches from somewhere far out in the trees. My first night there went quietly. I cooked a simple meal, ate it while looking out the window at the fading light, and then sat by the wall with my feet stretched out. I tried to read but found myself staring at the same page for too long. Even then, nothing strange happened. That night was peaceful, and I slept easily. The next morning, I went outside and walked around the cabin. I noticed something I hadn't seen the day before: faint footprints in the dirt near the side wall. They looked old, but I couldn't tell how old. They weren't mine. I pushed the thought away, telling myself they were probably from whoever used the cabin last, months or even years before. Still, it stayed in the back of my mind. Later in the day, clouds started forming overhead. By the afternoon, the sky had turned a dull gray. The wind kept brushing through the leaves in uneven bursts. I spent most of the day exploring the area around the cabin, following animal trails and taking slow steps so I wouldn't slip on the steep ground. When I came back in the late afternoon, I felt tired but less stressed. I made myself something to eat again and sat by the small table. The air inside the cabin felt warm and safe. It was that night when things started feeling different. I was sitting on the bed, leaning back against the wall with my legs stretched forward, letting the warmth from the blankets settle over me. The cabin made its usual noises: soft pops from the cooling wood, a slow whistle of wind slipping through tiny gaps. I tried to relax the way I had the night before, but for some reason I couldn't. Something felt off and I didn't know what. I turned off the lantern and closed my eyes, telling myself I just needed to breathe slowly. The bed felt soft enough, and the cabin was dark and quiet. I tried to drift off, but I kept opening my eyes again. At some point, I heard a small crunch outside. It was faint, so light that it could have been anything. A small animal walking between fallen leaves, or even a branch finally snapping under its own weight. I lay still, waiting to hear it again. For a moment, nothing happened. Then I heard another one. Another slow, soft crunch, like someone stepping carefully on the dirt. My heart started beating faster. I stayed still with my eyes open, staring at the blackness around me. I tried to tell myself it was an animal, but something about the timing of the steps bothered me. They were slow, spread apart, heavy enough to sound like a weight was shifting slightly with each step. I waited several minutes. When nothing else happened, I told myself to stop overthinking and finally drifted off to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight was pushing through the small window, and for a moment I felt normal again. Still, when I stepped outside, the air felt colder. The wind had dropped, and the forest looked frozen in place. When I walked around the cabin again, I saw fresh footprints along the side wall. They were faint but clearer than the ones I had seen before. They led from behind the cabin toward the tree line. I stared at them for a long time. My chest tightened, and my hands felt cold. I tried to think logically, telling myself someone else might have been hiking through the area, maybe even looking for firewood. But the tracks were too close to the cabin, too deliberate. Whoever made them had walked right along the wall, almost directly under the window. The rest of the day, I didn't relax. I kept glancing toward the windows. I listened more carefully to the sounds outside. Every small noise felt sharper. When the sun started sinking behind the trees, I felt a pressure on my chest. I didn't want night to come. I locked the front door even though it didn't feel like much protection. The cabin was old. Someone determined enough could easily break through the door or one of the windows without much effort. I checked all the windows twice before turning off the lantern and lying in bed again. That night, I couldn't fall asleep quickly. My eyes kept lifting toward the window, even though it was only a dark square in the wall. I stared at it until my vision blurred. Then the footsteps came again. This time, they were clearer. Slow, steady, spaced apart. Like someone was walking around the cabin, dragging their feet lightly through the dirt. My stomach tightened instantly. All the hairs on my arms lifted. The footsteps moved along the side of the cabin, stopping every few seconds. They sounded like they were just outside my wall. I lay completely still. The darkness of the cabin felt heavy, as if the air itself had thickened. My heartbeat was loud, fast, impossible to ignore. The steps moved, stopped, moved again. At one point, I heard the softest brush of something sliding gently along the wall. It was barely audible, but in the silence of the cabin, it sounded sharp. I stayed frozen the entire time. I didn't sit up. I didn't move my hands. I barely let myself breathe. I kept staring at the window, terrified that something might move past it. After several minutes, the sounds faded as if the person, if it even was a person, had walked toward the trees. I stayed awake for hours before I finally drifted off. In the morning, I felt exhausted. My head felt heavy, and my eyes burned. When I stepped outside, there were more footprints. Fresh again, clearer this time. They circled half the cabin before disappearing into the trees. The shape of them looked like normal shoes. Not boots, not barefoot, just regular shoes. That realization made my stomach drop even further. I wanted to leave right then, but I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was a lost hiker. Maybe it was nothing. But deep down, I knew it wasn't nothing. The prints were too close, too intentional. All day long, I felt watched. I had the same feeling someone gets when walking alone at night and sensing another person behind them. I kept checking the tree line. Every few minutes, I paused to listen. Nothing ever moved, but the silence felt strange. Even birds seemed quieter. When evening came, the tension in my chest grew again. I didn't want darkness to fall, but I couldn't stop it. I locked the door earlier than usual. I kept the lantern on longer. When I finally turned it off, I lay flat in the bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that the night would pass like the others. Didn't. Soon after midnight, the footsteps returned. They were even slower this time. They moved around the cabin in uneven paths, sometimes stopping for long moments before continuing. I felt every muscle in my body tense so hard that my arms began to ache. I kept my eyes wide open even though it hurt. This time I heard something new. A soft, slow pressure on the wooden porch. Just the lightest shift, as if someone had stepped onto it. Then another shift. I felt my throat tighten. My breathing became shallow and quiet. The air felt icy against my face. I lay perfectly still, staring at the door in the darkness. The room felt smaller, like the walls were closing in. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then a faint sound pressed against the door. Not banging, not knocking, just a light, slow pressure, like a hand resting on the wood. I felt heat in my chest, the kind that comes from absolute fear. My hands trembled under the blanket. My mind ran through every possibility. I imagined someone standing on the porch in total darkness, leaning close to the door, listening for movement. I didn't move. After what felt like hours, the pressure lifted. The steps continued slowly around the cabin. Then eventually they faded again. When the sun rose, I stepped outside and found something that made my stomach twist even harder. There were prints on the porch. Fresh, clear. I stood there staring at them for a long time, trying to steady my breathing. They faced the door directly, as if the person had stood there silently for several minutes. The sight of them made my hands shake. I started thinking about leaving again. I thought about it all morning, but the idea of walking to my car and driving down that narrow road bothered me too. If someone had been watching the cabin, they could easily follow me. I had no phone service. If something happened on the way down, I wouldn't be able to call for help. I kept telling myself I just needed to last one more night. I would wake up early and drive out as soon as the sky was light. The day passed slowly. I barely ate. I barely moved. Every sound from outside made my stomach jump. I felt like the cabin wasn't protecting me anymore. Felt like a trap. When the sun began sinking behind the trees again, I felt the heaviest fear I had ever felt in my life. I didn't want the night. I didn't want the darkness. I didn't want the silence. But there was nothing I could do to stop it. I locked the door again and sat on the bed with my back against the wall. I didn't lie down this time. I kept my eyes open. I kept waiting. The night crept in slowly. The cabin darkened. The forest outside became a black mass. The air grew cold. Then the footsteps came back. But this time something was different. They came earlier, faster. They circled the cabin twice, then slowed. I felt sweat forming on my palms even though the air was cold. My heartbeat pounded so hard that I could feel it in my throat. I stayed perfectly still. Soon, the steps moved toward the porch again. I closed my eyes for a moment, then forced them open so I wouldn't panic. My breathing grew shallow. The steps reached the porch. A faint shift of weight on wood. Then another. Then the slow, careful pressure on the door again. But this time, it didn't stop at pressure. I heard a slow drag sound, like fingers lightly sliding down the wood. It was barely audible, but unmistakable. My stomach twisted so hard I felt sick. My breathing tightened. My hands shook so badly I had to press them under my thighs to keep them still. Then I heard another noise. A slow, soft jingle. Metal, like someone testing the door handle. I stayed frozen, eyes wide, staring into the darkness, waiting for the door to move. I expected the handle to turn. I expected the wood to crack. But nothing happened. Just slow, careful pressure. Just the metal shifting slightly. Then, after a long time, the sound stopped again. The steps faded. I waited for what felt like hours until the sky finally started to lighten. As soon as the sun began rising, I grabbed my backpack, stuffed everything important inside, and rushed out of the cabin. My hands shook so badly that I dropped the keys once before finally unlocking the car door. The air felt sharp and cold. My eyes kept flicking to the tree line. I kept expecting someone to step out. When I got into the car and slammed the door shut, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but it didn't last. My eyes caught something in the dirt only a few feet from where I had parked. Fresh prints. They led toward the cabin, very close to where I had been standing just seconds earlier. That sight pushed me into a full panic. I started the engine and reversed so fast the tires kicked up dirt. I didn't look back at the cabin as I drove down the narrow road. I kept my eyes locked on the path ahead, hands gripping the wheel so tightly that my fingers turned numb. Once I reached the main road, my breathing slowed only slightly. I didn't stop driving until I reached an area where my phone finally picked up a signal. I pulled over and sat there for several minutes, letting the heat from the engine warm my hands. My chest still felt tight, and every sound outside made me jump. I didn't call anyone. I didn't know what I would even say. I didn't have proof of anything. Just footprints. Just sounds. Just fear. But I knew something real had happened. I knew someone had been there. Someone who kept coming closer each night. Someone who stood on the porch, listening quietly. Someone who tested the door handle in the darkness while I lay frozen in bed. To this day, I don't know who it was or what they wanted. I only know that leaving the cabin saved me from finding out. I still think about what could have happened if I had stayed one more night, or if I had fallen asleep, or if the door had been weaker. The ending is simple and clear. I never went back to that cabin again. I told my relative that the place felt unsafe, and they didn't ask questions. The property has been empty ever since. Sometimes I think about driving past it, but every time the thought comes to my mind, I feel that same fear in my chest again. I know what I heard. I know what I saw in the dirt, and I know someone was watching me out there. The only reason I'm writing this is because I made it out. If I had stayed one more night, I'm not sure I would be able to say the same. I went to the cabin because I needed distance from everything that had been pulling at me for months. My job had become a constant weight on my shoulders. My sleep had turned into short, broken stretches that never felt real, and I had started to feel like I was slowly coming apart. The cabin belonged to a distant relative who barely used it anymore, and it seemed like the best place to hide from the pressure. It sat deep in a quiet valley surrounded by trees that felt untouched by time. The road to get there was thin and broken, and the deeper I went into the forest, the more it felt like the world behind me was fading. The first thing I noticed when I arrived was the silence. Not the soft kind that makes your mind rest, but the heavy kind that sits on top of everything. I could hear my own breathing like it was echoing off the trees. The cabin was old but steady, with dark wood that soaked in whatever little light the afternoon offered. The windows were small and smudged, and the roof sagged in a few places, but it felt solid enough for a place that had been forgotten for years. I unpacked slowly. I tried to take deep breaths and tell myself this isolation was exactly what I needed. I stacked my food on the shelf, placed my clothes in the small wooden drawers, and set up my sleeping bag on the old bed because the mattress looked too dusty to trust. The smell of old wood crept into everything. The cabin felt cold even though the weather outside was mild. But the cold felt natural, not threatening. At least at first. The first day passed quietly. I walked around the woods near the cabin, studied the shape of the river that cut behind the property, and tried to feel present again. By nightfall, I felt tired in the way I wanted to feel, physically drained, not mentally overloaded. I fell asleep early, with the windows cracked open and the sound of wind pushing through the trees. I woke up around 3 in the morning because of a sound on the porch. It was slow, steady, and heavy, like someone putting their weight on each wooden step. My body froze instantly. I stared into the darkness of the cabin, unable to control my breathing. I waited for something else. Another step, the sound of the door, a shadow under the window, but nothing came. The silence returned, heavier than before. I stayed awake for hours, listening for anything that might come again. When the sun came up, the porch looked normal. No footprints, nothing broken, no sign that anything had happened. I tried to convince myself the sound had been an animal, maybe a deer or something heavier moving around the wood. But deep down I knew what I heard. I knew it was footsteps, Slow ones. Deliberate ones. The next night, I tried to ignore the creeping worry in my stomach. I sat outside before it got dark and listened to the woods. The wind moved differently now. Every leaf that shifted made me turn my head. I kept telling myself I was overthinking everything because I had spent so much time in crowded places that silence now felt like a threat. When the sun finally dropped behind the trees, I went inside and shut the windows. I stayed awake longer than the night before. I lay in the sleeping bag staring at the ceiling, tracing the lines in the wood with my eyes. I tried to focus on anything other than the porch. But around the same time, around 3 again, I heard the steps return. They were slower this time, like the weight behind them was testing each plank. I felt my chest tighten until it hurt. I didn't move. I didn't blink. The steps stopped right outside the door. For a long time, nothing happened. No knocking, no turning of the handle, no breathing, just stillness. And for a moment, I wondered if whatever was out there was listening to me instead. Listening to how hard my heart was hitting my ribs. Listening to how shallow my breathing had become. Then the steps moved again, one backward, then another, then a third, like the person was retreating slowly. After that, everything went silent again. I stayed awake until the sun came back like I had the night before. When I finally opened the door, the only thing I saw was the empty porch. No footprints, no drag marks, nothing broken, nothing out of place. The steps were solid wood, so I checked each plank to see if anything was loose enough to make that sound on its own. They were steady. The only explanation left was that someone had been out there. The third night made everything worse. I should have driven away. I should have packed my things and left behind whatever peace I thought I came for. But I kept trying to convince myself I was imagining everything. I wasn't ready to feel afraid again. The cabin was supposed to help me recover, not break me down further. That night, I forced myself to stay awake intentionally. I sat on the bed with my back against the wall and kept my eyes on the door. I kept a flashlight near my leg, ready even though I knew I wouldn't turn it on. I didn't want whatever was out there to know exactly where I was sitting. The hours moved painfully slow. Every sound outside made me tighten up. When the cabin finally settled into the deep quiet of the late hours, I felt myself drifting towards sleep again. That was when the steps came. But this time they came earlier, maybe around 1 or 1:30. They were quicker too, almost eager. I stared at the door so hard my eyes burned. I could picture everything even though I couldn't see anything. I could picture a man standing out there. Not a ghost, not a creature, a real man. Someone who knew exactly where the cabin was and had probably been watching it for days before I arrived. The steps stopped right in front of the door again, just like the night before. But instead of staying still, the weight shifted. The boards creaked under the pressure like someone was leaning closer. I waited for the sound of the doorknob, but that never came. What came instead was worse. A slow dragging sound passed under the door, like something being pushed or slid across the porch floor. It lasted a long time, steady and patient. When it stopped, the steps moved again, backward, away from the cabin, down the steps, and then into the forest. I didn't blink until my eyes watered. In the morning, the porch looked normal again. But something new was sitting near the front step. A small rock, smooth and round, placed deliberately in the center of the wood. I stared at it for a long time because I knew I didn't put it there and I knew it hadn't fallen from anywhere. The man had left it. I spent most of the day pacing inside the cabin. I felt trapped between leaving and staying. Leaving meant going out there alone, walking toward the car, moving through the trees with someone possibly watching me. Staying meant facing another night of waiting for the man to come back. I didn't want either choice. My mind kept spinning with the thought that maybe he wanted something from the cabin. Maybe he wanted something from me. Maybe he had been here before I arrived. I searched the entire cabin inch by inch. I checked behind the furniture, under the bed, inside the small storage space, behind the old tools, even the tiny crawl space under the back of the cabin. Everything looked normal. There was nothing inside except what had been there before. But when I got to the back of the cabin, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The dirt behind the cabin was disturbed. Not by animals, by shoes. Footprints, faint but visible, leading away into the trees. They weren't deep enough to show weight, which meant whoever made them was careful. Extremely careful. By the time the fourth night arrived, I knew I wouldn't sleep at all. I sat with my back against the wall again. I tried to steady my breathing, but the fear had already settled into every part of me. I waited for the footsteps like they were guaranteed, and they came, exactly when I expected them. But this time I heard something new. Not steps, breathing. Slow, heavy, steady breathing coming from right outside the window. The glass was thin and old. If he wanted to break it, it wouldn't take much. I didn't dare move even though every part of me wanted to run to the door and escape. I sat frozen, staring at the window even though I couldn't see anything through the darkness. The breathing stayed for a long time, longer than the footsteps ever had. It moved occasionally like the man was shifting from foot to foot. At one point, I heard his shoulder brush against the side of the cabin. A soft thud. Then the breathing stopped. The silence that followed was the worst silence I had ever heard in my life. It wasn't empty. It was waiting. It felt like the woods were holding their breath with me. I didn't dare move. I didn't dare stand up. I didn't dare blink. When the footsteps finally came, they went toward the porch. I heard something being placed on the wood again. Then the man walked away. When morning came, I stepped outside slowly, afraid of what I might find. There were 2 rocks this time, one on each side of the door, perfectly even, perfectly placed. I knew I couldn't stay anymore. I packed my bags as fast as I could. I threw everything into the car without caring how it landed. I didn't look back at the porch. I didn't take a last look at the cabin. I drove down the narrow road with my hands shaking the entire time. I kept checking the mirror to make sure no one was following me. When I finally reached the main road, I thought the nightmare was over. I thought I had left the man and the cabin behind. But later that night, when I unpacked my bag in my apartment, something fell out. A small, smooth rock, the same kind that had been left on the porch. I had no idea how it got into my bag. I had never placed it there. I had never touched any of the rocks the man left. But somehow it was in my things. I stood there staring at it, and I felt the same cold fear I felt in the cabin. The same heavy silence settled around me, and I realized something that made every muscle in my body tighten again. The man didn't want the cabin. He wanted me, and he had made sure I knew he could get close whenever he wanted. That was the last night I slept in that apartment. The next morning I packed everything and moved across the city. I changed my number, changed my routine, and tried to build a life as far away from that fear as possible. But even now, months later, I still check the areas around my door every morning. I still look twice at the ground whenever I leave or return, because I know the man is still out there, and I know he won't stop coming back. Because one morning, when I opened my new apartment door, I saw it sitting right in the center of the welcome mat. A single smooth rock, placed carefully, waiting for me. I went to the cabin because I needed time away from everything. Work had been eating my mind for months, and I felt like I was losing control of my own thoughts. So when a friend said I could stay in his old mountain cabin for a week, I agreed without thinking too much. It was far from town, surrounded by pine trees, and the nearest neighbor was several kilometers away. There was no phone signal, no internet, and only the basics inside. That was what I wanted. Silence, cold air, and space to breathe. I drove up there in late winter. The small road was covered with thin layers of ice, and each turn made my hands tighten on the steering wheel. The sky was gray, and a soft snow started falling just as I got closer to the last stretch. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked smaller than I expected. The wood was old and dark, and the roof had patches of frozen snow stuck to it. Smoke wasn't coming out of the chimney because I had to start the fire myself. The place looked lonely, but also peaceful in a strange way. Inside, the cabin smelled like dry wood, dust, and something old. There was one small living area with a wood stove, a table, and 2 chairs. On the right side, there was a small bedroom with a single bed and a thin mattress. The sheets were clean, but the room felt like it hadn't seen light in years. There was also a tiny kitchen area with an old gas stove and a sink connected to a water tank outside. Everything looked simple, almost too simple, but I didn't mind. I brought my own food supplies. Canned beans, noodles, bread, some snacks, bottles of water, and a few other things. The snow grew heavier by the time I unloaded everything. The wind made the trees sway slowly, and I could hear them as I worked. The cold bit through my gloves, and I felt it reach my fingertips. I set up a fire inside the stove, and soon the cabin warmed enough that I could take off my jacket. The sound of the fire cracking made the place feel more alive. I sat down on the chair near the window and watched the snow fall. For the first time in months, I felt calm. The first night was easy. I cooked simple food, sat near the fire, and read an old book I found on the shelf. The silence was deep, and at times I felt like the whole world outside the cabin was empty. When I went to bed, the cabin made normal settling sounds. Small pops from the wood cooling, a soft wind pushing against the walls, and the faint sound of snow hitting the roof. I fell asleep quickly. I woke up early the next morning because of a strange feeling, but I couldn't understand what caused it at first. I opened my eyes and noticed that the inside of the cabin felt colder than it should have. I looked at the stove and saw the fire had burned out sometime during the night. That was normal, but something else felt wrong. When I walked to the door, I felt a small draft of cold air coming from underneath it. I knelt down and saw that snow had piled against the outside of the door, pushing through a small gap under the wood. I opened the door to clear it out, but when I stepped outside, something caught my eye immediately. There were footprints in the snow. Not animal footprints, human footprints. They were fresh, sharp, and deep. They started from the tree line and stopped right in front of my cabin door. They were not my footprints. I had not walked that way the previous day. These prints appeared while I slept. The prints came right up to the door, stopped, and then turned around and went back into the woods. I stood there in the cold air, trying to think of a normal explanation. Maybe a lost hiker, maybe someone looking for shelter, maybe someone passing by. But it had snowed heavily during the night, thick enough that any prints made early would have been covered by morning. These prints were not covered at all. They were made not long before I woke up. I looked toward the trees but saw nothing except branches heavy with snow. The woods looked quiet, almost unnaturally quiet. No birds, no animal movements, nothing. I felt a chill crawl up my back that had nothing to do with the cold. I went back inside and locked the door, even though the lock was old and weak. I put a piece of wood against it to reinforce it a little. I kept my jacket on and stayed near the window for a long time, watching the tree line. Hours passed and nothing happened. Eventually, I gathered myself and tried to focus on normal tasks. I brought more firewood inside, melted snow for water, and cleaned the place a little. I tried to ignore the prints, but I couldn't stop thinking about them. Someone had walked right up to my door while I slept. Someone had looked at the cabin in the dark. Someone had stood only a few inches from where I was lying in bed. That thought stayed in my mind all day. When night came, I struggled to fall asleep. Every sound felt sharper. Every creak in the wood felt like footsteps. I kept the fire going longer this time and made sure I had a small flashlight beside me. When I finally fell asleep, it was because my body forced me to. I woke again in the middle of the night. This time, it wasn't a feeling. It was a sound. Soft, slow crunching snow. Footsteps outside. I stayed completely still. My heart started beating so loud it felt like someone could hear it. The room was dark except for the dim glow of the fire. The steps were slow, almost careful, as if someone didn't want to make noise. I counted them. 1. Pause. Another. Pause. Another. They moved from somewhere near the back of the cabin, around the side, and then toward the front. I didn't want to move, but I forced my body to turn slowly toward the window. I couldn't see much outside, only faint shapes of trees under moonlight. The footsteps stopped. They stopped right in front of the door. Then, nothing. No more steps. No breathing sounds. No movement. Just silence. I stayed awake the rest of the night. My eyes barely closed. When the sun started rising, I finally got up. I opened the door slowly. The cold morning air hit my face, and I stepped outside. More footprints. The same pattern. Same size. Same direction. Someone had walked around the cabin and then stood right in front of my door again. The prints were so clear they must have been made just hours before. My stomach tightened. I looked around the area, trying to see if the person was still nearby, but everything was still. The trees stood like frozen towers. Snow covered everything except the footprints. At this point, I considered leaving, but the road would be dangerous with the new snow, and my car wasn't suited for deep snow driving. I also hated the idea of driving downhill on icy curves while tired and scared. I convinced myself maybe someone was checking on the cabin, maybe someone local knew I was there. I tried to find any reason that didn't involve a stranger creeping around quietly in the middle of the night. I spent the day inside with the door locked. Every now and then I checked the window. Nothing changed, but I couldn't relax at all. The fear sat in my chest like a heavy stone. When night came again, I kept the lights off. I stayed awake, sitting near the stove with the fire dimmed low. I wanted to listen to everything. The cabin was silent except for my breathing and the occasional pop from the wood. Hours passed. At some point, I heard movement outside again. This time, it wasn't footsteps. It was something brushing against the wall. Then a very soft sound near the window, like someone lightly touching the glass. I held my breath and stayed low. The sound lasted for a few seconds, then stopped. A long silence followed. Then footsteps again. Slow, careful, patient. Walking away this time. I didn't stand up or move until the sky started getting lighter. When I finally went outside, there were more footprints, crossing over the previous ones. These ones came right up to my window. I saw marks in the snow that showed someone had been standing there for a long time. Watching me, I felt sick. I realized something important then. Whoever was doing this wasn't lost. They weren't passing through. They were interested in me. They were coming every night. They walked slowly, carefully. They didn't knock, didn't try to talk, didn't leave anything behind. They were watching. They were waiting. I spent that entire day trying to keep myself together. I checked every corner of the cabin. I made sure all the windows were locked. I even pushed the small dresser in front of the door. I didn't know what else to do. I planned to leave at sunrise the next morning, no matter what. Even if the road was dangerous, staying another night didn't feel safe. I stayed awake again through the evening, trying to keep the fire low and steady. I sat with my back against the wall so I could see the door and windows. Around midnight, I heard something that made my whole body go cold. The sound of wood shifting at the back of the cabin. Not the normal creaks. This was different. This was something pushing against the back wall from outside, making the wooden boards flex slightly. I could feel the vibration through the floor. I held the flashlight in my hand and waited. The pushing stopped. Then soft, slow footsteps came from the backside, moving toward the front. But this time, they didn't stop at the door. They stopped at my window, the same window I was closest to. I could hear breathing, not loud breathing, soft, calm breathing, right on the other side of the thin glass. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might pass out. Then something scraped lightly against the window like a fingernail or the edge of something sharp. I stayed frozen. I didn't shine the flashlight. I didn't move. Any movement felt like it would make things worse. The scraping stopped. The breathing continued for a few more seconds. Then the footsteps moved again. But instead of walking away like before, they moved toward the door. And then I heard the sound I feared the most. The door handle moved. Slowly. Someone was gently pushing it down, testing if the door was locked, testing if the dresser I pushed in front of it would budge. The handle rattled softly. I felt sweat run down my back even though the cabin was cold. The rattling stopped. The footsteps didn't move for a long time. I sat there, my body stiff, waiting. My eyes stayed fixed on the door. I didn't know how long the person stood there. It felt like hours. But at some point, the footsteps began again, moving away from the door. They faded slowly toward the side of the cabin, then toward the trees. I waited until sunrise before I moved again. When the sky finally turned pale, I packed everything as fast as I could. My hands shook the entire time. I loaded the car, checking behind me constantly, expecting to see someone standing near the trees. I didn't see anyone, but that didn't make me feel safe. Before I left, I forced myself to look near the door. The snow was disturbed. The footprints were deep and messy. Whoever it was had stood there for a long time in the dark. I drove away from the cabin, the tires sliding on the ice. I didn't care. I kept looking at the rearview mirror. The cabin grew smaller behind me, then disappeared behind the trees. As I drove down the mountain, I saw no one on the road, no animals, nothing but endless quiet snow. It took hours to reach the main road, and only when I reached it did I stop the car and breathe fully. My hands were still shaking. I didn't tell my friend about what happened at his cabin. I didn't want him to think I imagined it. I didn't want to explain the footprints, the breathing, the scraping on the window, the handle moving. I just said I was leaving early because the cold was getting worse. But even now, long after leaving that place, I still think about those footprints. I think about how they came closer each night. I think about how the person never made a sound except the soft steps on snow. No talking, no calling out, no signs of being lost. Just slow footsteps circling the cabin again and again. I think about the moment when they stood inches from my face, separated only by thin glass. And I think about what would have happened if I had not pushed the dresser against the door. What would have happened if I had made a noise? What would have happened if I had stayed one more night? Sometimes at night, when everything in my home is quiet, I lie in bed and think about that breathing sound outside the window. The steady, calm breathing of someone who wasn't scared. Someone who wasn't lost. Someone who had all the time in the world. Someone who knew I was alone. Someone who knew I couldn't call for help. Sometimes I imagine them watching me walk out that morning, watching my car struggle down the snowy road from somewhere up in the trees. And sometimes I worry that they weren't just watching the cabin. They were watching me, and maybe they still are. I have not gone back to any cabin since. I don't plan to. The woods don't feel peaceful to me anymore. They feel empty in a dangerous way, full of places where someone can stand still and silent without being seen. The ending is simple and clear. I left the cabin before the stranger finally decided to come inside. But I left with the heavy knowledge that the stranger wasn't just passing through. They came there for a reason I will never know. I escaped the cabin, but the fear stayed with me, because the worst part is not knowing who that person was, how long they had been watching me, or what they wanted. The cabin stayed behind in the snow, but the feeling stayed with me, and that is why I will never go back. I never planned to be alone in that cabin. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend away, a break from the constant hum of the city and the endless chatter of work and life. I thought it would be peaceful, maybe even rejuvenating. The cabin was tucked away in the back of a dense forest, a place I had found on a hiking forum that promised complete isolation and nature in its purest form. The pictures looked perfect. A small wooden cabin surrounded by towering pines, a stream running not far from the front porch, and mountains looming in the distance. Sounded ideal. In retrospect, I should have turned back when I first saw the narrow dirt road leading to it. The road was uneven, overgrown in places, and twisted like it hadn't been used in decades. The more I drove, the quieter everything became, and it was the kind of silence that made your own thoughts echo too loudly. I remember the moment I parked the car. The forest was so still that the sound of the engine shutting off seemed enormous. Birds occasionally called out, but otherwise there was nothing. The air smelled of damp earth and pine sap, and the ground was soft under my boots. I carried my backpack, which held enough food for 3 days, water, a small first aid kit, some matches, and a flashlight. I didn't need much else. I'd stayed in cabins before, and this one didn't look abandoned, at least not completely. The wood had a dull shine as if someone had treated it recently. The windows were intact, and there was a neat stack of firewood beside the porch. But there was something about it that unsettled me, a feeling in the pit of my stomach that I couldn't shake. I chalked it up to being alone in the middle of nowhere and tried to ignore it. Inside, the cabin was modest but comfortable. A small kitchen, a living area with a worn couch and a wood stove, and a single bedroom upstairs. The bed had fresh sheets, which reassured me. I unpacked slowly, trying to settle in, and I noticed a faint smell. Musty, like the air hadn't circulated in weeks. I lit the stove to take off the chill and unpacked my food. The sun was beginning to dip below the trees, and the forest outside turned dark almost immediately. Shadows stretched across the cabin walls, long and black, and I felt the first real pang of unease. But I told myself it was normal. The sun sets quickly in the mountains, and the forest is dense. There was nothing unnatural about it. Night fell faster than I expected. The air grew colder, and the soundscape of the forest changed. The birds were silent, replaced by the occasional rustle of branches, the distant call of some animal, and the wind whispering through the pines. I ate dinner, a can of soup and a granola bar, and tried to relax, sitting on the couch with the flashlight nearby. That's when I first heard it. A soft, deliberate knock at the door. My heart jumped, and I froze. The knock came again, slow and steady, like someone was testing the wood. I told myself it had to be an animal. Maybe a deer had brushed against the door, or a raccoon, though neither made that much noise. I got up carefully and looked out the window. The darkness was thick. The beam of my flashlight cut through the blackness, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. No person, no animal, just the trees swaying gently. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was the wind, but the knocking came again, more insistent. I realized it wasn't random. Whoever or whatever was out there knew I was inside. My stomach churned. I grabbed a small kitchen knife from the counter and moved to the door. The knocking stopped as soon as I approached. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. Absolute silence. I exhaled slowly and told myself I was overreacting. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I spent the rest of the night in a half-sleep, half-alert state. Every creak of the cabin made me tense. Every gust of wind against the roof sounded like someone walking across the porch. I kept the flashlight beside me, the knife within reach, and tried to sleep. I didn't really. Morning brought some relief, but also new unease. Footprints surrounded the cabin, deep impressions in the soft earth. They were fresh, and they didn't look like animal tracks. I traced them carefully. They circled the cabin once, then disappeared into the trees. I felt my chest tighten. Someone had been outside while I slept. I debated leaving immediately, but the road back to the main highway was a long, twisting dirt path, and I didn't want to risk getting stuck or driving blind through the forest. So I stayed, convincing myself that the footprints could belong to another hiker or a local who occasionally came by. Still, I didn't hear anyone during the day. The forest seemed normal, almost peaceful. But at night, it came alive in ways that made me question my judgment. The second night was worse. I woke to the sound of footsteps inside the cabin. Slow, deliberate, pacing across the wooden floor above the living room. I froze, gripping the knife, listening. The footsteps moved closer to the stairs, then stopped. I held my breath, convinced I was imagining it. But then the floorboards creaked. Someone had stepped down the stairs. The flashlight beam in my hand felt suddenly inadequate. I edged toward the kitchen, knife raised. The footsteps stopped. Silence. I waited, every nerve screaming. Nothing. I stayed awake the rest of the night, too afraid to sleep, too afraid to leave the cabin. Morning came, and the sun illuminated the full scene outside. More footprints, leading to the edge of the trees, but no sign of a person. Something about them told me they weren't just hikers passing through. They were deliberate, coming close to the cabin, then retreating. Someone had been watching me. I decided to leave. I packed quickly, my hands shaking. The dirt road out was worse than I remembered, twisting and uneven. As I drove, I kept scanning the forest. I thought I saw figures moving just beyond the tree line, but whenever I blinked or turned, there was nothing. I didn't stop. I drove until the trees thinned and the mountains opened up into the main highway. Only then did I feel safe. The story doesn't end there. I reported the incident to the local ranger station when I reached town. They took it seriously. Apparently, there had been reports of someone living illegally in the woods, targeting cabins and hikers. It wasn't dangerous wildlife, and it wasn't supernatural. It was a human threat, watching, waiting, My cabin, my choice of isolation, had made me vulnerable. The rangers searched the area later and found evidence of someone camping nearby. Makeshift shelters hidden in the forest. They hadn't found the person at the time, but they warned me to be careful, especially when renting isolated cabins. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. I stick to trails, popular campsites, places where other people are around. That sense of being watched, of someone deliberately hiding in the trees, has stayed with me. I can't explain why I stayed in the cabin those nights, why I didn't leave immediately when I knew something wasn't right. But I learned the hard way that isolation is dangerous, and that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're people, human beings with human intentions, and nothing about them is predictable. Even now, years later, I can't forget the sound of those footsteps on the floorboards, or the way the forest seemed to breathe around me. I learned to respect the quiet and to never assume that being alone in nature means being safe. Taught me vigilance, patience, and a healthy fear of isolation. And while the ending was good in that I escaped unharmed, the memory of those nights remains vivid, and the caution I learned from it is permanent. I drove deep into the woods that afternoon with a strange tight feeling in my chest that I told myself was just stress from the week. I had picked the cabin because it was far from everything, and I wanted quiet. It sat near an old logging road that barely showed up on the maps anymore, and the photos online made it look simple and empty, which was what I wanted. The last stretch of the road was so narrow that branches dragged across the sides of my truck, leaving long, soft scratches that I could hear even through the windows. I kept thinking about how far from people I was getting, how the trees grew thicker with each minute, how the light seemed to get dim even though it was still not evening. When I finally reached the clearing, the cabin looked smaller than I expected. It was built out of dark wood that had aged unevenly, and the roof had a slight dip in the middle, like it had been carrying snow for too many years. There was a short porch in front with a railing that looked new, which made me wonder why only that part had been repaired. Everything else looked untouched. There was no sound except the constant soft rustling of wind through the pine trees. No cars in the distance, no planes, no animals I could hear, just the wind and the ticking of my engine as I stepped out. I walked around the cabin first, just looking at it from all angles. The back had a small window that was almost completely blocked by a large pine tree leaning too close. The ground around the cabin was uneven, with patches of soft dirt that looked recently disturbed even though nothing was supposed to be out here. I assumed maybe animals had dug around or maybe a storm had softened the ground. I tried not to think too much about it. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood, dry dust, and something faintly metallic. The living area was small, with one couch pushed against the wall, a small table with 2 chairs, and a kitchenette with nothing but the basics. The bedroom had only a single bed with a thick mattress that sagged in the middle. The walls had marks on them like furniture had been moved several times over the years. The floor creaked even when I was standing still, like the boards were adjusting to my presence. I unpacked slowly, trying to settle in. I made sure all the windows locked properly and checked the back door twice. I didn't know why I felt the need, but every time the wind pushed against the walls, I felt a faint vibration go through the floorboards, and I kept thinking about how old everything was. As the sun began to drop, the cabin grew colder inside even though it hadn't been a cold day. The air felt heavier. I tried to distract myself by walking outside for a moment, but the woods felt even worse in the fading light. The trees seemed too close, too tight together, and the logging road looked like a thin scar disappearing into darkness. I didn't like how quiet it was, and after only a few minutes I went back inside and shut the door firmly. I ate a simple meal at the table, listening to the faint creaks and pops from the old structure. At one point I heard something soft brush against the outside wall. It was so light that it could have been a falling branch or a small animal. But then there was a second sound, a slow sliding noise, like something dragging across the wood at ground level. It lasted only a few seconds. I waited for it to happen again, but it didn't. I told myself it was just the wind shifting something in the yard. Night came fast. The cabin had no TV or anything electronic besides a small lamp and my phone, which barely had any signal. I wasn't expecting to need much, since I just wanted to rest. But that first night, my nerves were already high. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The mattress dipped under me, making me feel like I was sinking slowly. Every sound felt sharper in the darkness. The wind, the boards, the branches outside. Sometime after midnight, I woke up suddenly with a hard, short breath. I didn't know why. I stayed still, trying to control my breathing so I could hear better. There was no obvious noise at first. Then I noticed a faint crunch outside, like footsteps moving through the needles and dry dirt around the cabin. The steps were slow, not hurried or panicked. They moved from one side of the cabin to the back, then paused. My whole body went tense. I waited for them to continue, but they stopped completely. No animal I had ever heard moved like that. There was too much purpose in the rhythm. I stayed awake for hours, barely blinking, just listening. Nothing else happened. Eventually, exhaustion forced me back to sleep. In the morning, everything looked normal. There were no tracks I could see clearly, but the soft dirt near the back of the cabin was uneven in a way that made my stomach tighten. Not footprints exactly, but something had moved through it. I tried to reason with myself. Animals, deer, maybe a coyote, something that passed by during the night. I decided to keep busy to stop myself from thinking too much. I walked a bit down the old logging road. There were deep ruts in the ground from old machinery, though they were mostly filled with leaves now. The forest felt endless, like the trees swallowed everything in every direction. The deeper I walked, the more I realized how isolated the cabin really was. If something happened to me out here, no one would know. No one would hear me. No cars ever came down that road. The tracks I had followed were old, maybe years old. I didn't go too far, because the silence grew heavier the deeper I went. At one point, I heard a snapping noise to my left, deep in the trees, but when I looked, nothing moved. I turned back toward the cabin, and for a few seconds, I felt like someone was watching me from between the trunks. There was no proof, just a tight feeling across my shoulders that wouldn't go away. Back inside, I tried to read, but I couldn't focus. Every time the wind shifted, the cabin made soft cracks that sounded like footsteps. Even worse, the air felt thick again, like the place held the night before inside the walls. Around late afternoon, I heard a faint thump from the back of the cabin. It sounded like something falling inside the bedroom or hitting the wall from outside. I walked slowly through the room, scanning everything. Nothing was disturbed inside. The window was still locked. The small dresser hadn't moved. The floor had no new marks, but the thump had been real, not my imagination. It had been firm and direct, not random like wood settling. The sun went down and the temperature dropped again. I turned on the small lamp in the living area, but its weak yellow light only made the shadows look heavier. I sat on the couch, trying to control the uneasy feeling growing inside me. I kept thinking about the disturbed dirt behind the cabin and the slow steps I heard the night before. I kept telling myself it was wildlife, just animals, but the second night was worse. I fell asleep late, after hours of tossing around on the uneven mattress. When I finally drifted off, my sleep was shallow and tense. Around what felt like the middle of the night, I woke again, but this time it wasn't from a dream or a sudden breath. It was a sound, a slow dragging noise along the side of the cabin. It was heavier than the night before, not light, not faint, something dragging across the wood outside in a steady line. I froze in bed, staring into the dark. The dragging stopped, and then I heard a dull knock. It wasn't on the door. It was against the wall. A single hard hit, then silence. I didn't move for a long time. My breathing was shallow and controlled. I didn't want to make any sound. The cabin felt like it was holding its breath with me. Minutes passed. Then the steps started. Slow, deliberate steps circling the cabin again, crunching through the dirt and the needles. A long pause near the bedroom window. I stared at that window, wondering if something was standing on the other side of it. I couldn't see anything from my bed, but I imagined something tall, something silent, just waiting. I didn't know what it could be. A person would have called out, or they wouldn't be creeping around a cabin at night. An animal wouldn't stand still like that. It wouldn't drag itself along the wall. The steps continued after a long time, moving toward the back of the cabin again, and then the sound faded. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I walked around the cabin with a tight stomach. The dirt near the back was definitely disturbed again. Large areas looked like someone had dragged something through it. Not tools, not heavy objects. Something softer, wider. I didn't want to think about it too deeply. The wall where I thought I heard the knock had a faint mark on it, like pressure had been applied to the wood. Not a fist mark or anything clear, just a shallow shift in the grime on the surface, like something had pressed against it with weight. I kept feeling watched all day. The clearing around the cabin looked normal, but I kept scanning the tree line every few minutes. I didn't trust the silence anymore. Sometimes I thought I saw movement far between the trunks, but every time I stared, nothing moved again. I wanted to leave that day, but something inside me told me not to drive the narrow road in that state of fear. I was tired, shaky, unfocused. I kept telling myself I was overreacting. I stayed one more night. I shouldn't have, but I did. The third night was the worst. It started the same as the others, with the cold creeping into the room and the silence feeling too heavy. But I didn't even make it to sleep before I heard the first noise. Came from the porch. A slow creak, the weight of something stepping onto the old boards. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, barely able to breathe. The creak happened again, then again. Something was walking across the small porch, slow and heavy. Then another sound, the metal door handle shifting under pressure. Not twisting all the way, just a slow, deliberate push downward that didn't complete the motion. I stared toward the bedroom door, waiting for the front door to move, waiting for the frame to shift. The handle rattled once, softly, like whatever was outside tested how strong it was. Then silence again. Minutes passed. I didn't dare move. I could feel my own heartbeat in my neck. I could hear the soft hum of the lamp in the other room. Then came the crawling sound. Slow, uneven weight pressing against the side of the cabin. Not footsteps. Something dragging itself along the wood, making the boards creak lightly. It moved toward the back wall, inch by inch. I stayed completely still. My mind raced with explanations, but none made sense. No animal would move like that. No person would crawl around a cabin in total silence like that. Something was wrong with whoever or whatever was out there. The way it moved. The way it tested the place each night. The way it stayed just out of sight. The dragging stopped near the bedroom window. I stared at the window, waiting for it to shake, waiting for a shadow to appear, waiting for something to press against the glass. But nothing happened. The silence was worse than noise. After a long time, the sound moved again, softer this time, fading into the trees. I listened for hours, waiting for its return. It didn't come back. When the first light of morning appeared, I got up, shaking from exhaustion. I packed everything quickly, moving with a tightness in my chest that felt like fear had worn me down from the inside. I didn't check the back of the cabin at first. I didn't want to see anything. I loaded the truck and walked inside one last time to make sure I hadn't left anything behind. Right before I left the cabin, I heard something that made my whole body freeze. From the back wall, from the dirt, from the tree line, something cracked softly, like a twig breaking under slow weight. Not fast, not sharp. Slow. Controlled. Something was still back there. Something that had stayed through the night. I didn't go to look. I walked straight to my truck, keeping my eyes forward. I started the engine and backed up carefully, not turning toward the back of the cabin. I could feel my skin crawling, like something was watching from behind the walls, waiting for me to turn. I drove up the logging road faster than I should have. Branches scraped the sides again, but I didn't slow down. My hands were tight on the steering wheel. The woods seemed darker than they were when I arrived, like something about the place had changed while I was there. When I finally reached the main road, the weight in my chest lifted just a little, but I didn't feel safe until I saw the first sign of a town far down the highway. When I reached people, when I heard their normal sounds, only then did my breathing ease. But even now, I don't fully know what happened out there. I think about it sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind picks up outside. I think about the slow dragging, the careful steps, the quiet pressure against the door handle. I think about the way the dirt behind the cabin kept shifting each night, like something kept returning to the same spot. I think about how I never saw it. Not once. Not even a shadow. And that is the part that stays with me most. The fact that whatever was there was careful, slow, patient. It knew how to stay out of sight. It knew how to watch without being seen. And I will never know if it was a person living in those woods, someone hiding, someone waiting, or something else entirely that I simply can't explain with the usual words. All I know is that I left when I did, and that decision was clear and simple. If I had stayed one more night, I don't think I would have left at all. That cabin is still there. Maybe someone else will stay in it. Maybe they will hear the same dragging, the same slow steps around the walls. Maybe they will wake up to the same silence that feels too heavy, like something is holding its breath just outside the window. I hope they leave before the fourth night. I had planned this solo trip for months. It wasn't unusual for me to go off by myself into remote areas, far away from roads, phones, and people, but this time felt different. The cabin I had rented was deep in the forest, miles from the nearest town. The map showed only a thin winding trail, which I knew would be hard to follow if I lost my bearings. I drove my small SUV until the paved road ended, then switched to dirt paths, each bump and rut reminding me how isolated I was. The forest was dense here, tall pine and spruce trees so thick that sunlight barely reached the ground. I could feel the quiet pressing in even before I reached the cabin. The first time I saw the cabin, I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. It was small, wooden, with a steep roof that had clearly weathered many winters. The windows were grimy, and the wood had a dull gray tone, giving it a rough, unwelcoming look. I parked, grabbed my backpack, and walked up to the front porch. The boards creaked under my weight, the sound echoing strangely in the stillness. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp wood and old smoke. There was a small kitchen area, a stove, a sink, and a tiny bathroom with a shower that looked usable but old. A wood-burning stove dominated the main room, and a narrow staircase led to a loft with a bed. Everything was functional but worn. I unpacked my things slowly, taking my time to get familiar with the space. The thought that I would be completely alone for several days felt both peaceful and unsettling. The first night passed quietly. I had made a fire in the stove, and the flames cast long shadows on the walls, making the room seem larger than it was. Outside, the forest was alive with sounds I couldn't always identify. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, distant bird calls. I had grown up around nature, so it wasn't frightening, but it demanded attention. I slept fitfully, waking several times to strange noises. One sound in particular made me sit up suddenly. A low, scraping noise coming from the back of the cabin. I listened carefully, straining to hear over my own heartbeat. It stopped after a few moments, leaving only the wind and the rustle of trees. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin. A narrow dirt path led down to a stream, and I followed it for almost an hour. The trail was faint, overgrown in places, but I kept going, enjoying the sense of isolation. The forest seemed normal, yet there was a weight in the air I couldn't explain. I kept reminding myself that I was alone by choice, that nothing could hurt me if I stayed alert. Still, I noticed signs that someone else had been there recently. Fresh footprints in the mud, broken branches, and discarded wrappers that weren't mine. It made my stomach tighten, but I rationalized it. Hunters or hikers passed through here. It wasn't unusual. I photographed the tracks with my phone, more out of habit than concern. That evening, as I cooked a simple meal over the stove, I noticed something odd. The front door, which I had locked, seemed slightly ajar. I was certain I had latched it. The old lock clicked into place. I checked the back door as well, same thing. Everything was as I had left it, yet the doors didn't feel right. I double-checked the locks and set the cabin's windows to latch firmly. My mind tried to reason with me. Old wood warps, the locks are unreliable. Still, I couldn't shake a creeping sense of being watched. I kept my phone close, even though there was no service, and I made sure the fire was fully lit before I went to bed. I slept in the loft, keeping one eye open for shadows moving against the window. The second day, the unease escalated. I went for another walk, this time following a different trail that led uphill. The terrain was rough, rocks and fallen trees making it slow going. By mid-afternoon, I found a clearing that overlooked a small valley. The view was beautiful, the forest stretching endlessly, but I felt a chill. From that height, I could see the cabin far below, a tiny speck in the dense green. I realized then how isolated I truly was. No neighbors, no nearby road, no way to reach anyone quickly if I needed help. The thought made my chest tighten. I decided to head back, descending the trail carefully. That's when I saw movement, a shadow flitting between the trees near the cabin. I froze, watching it, heart hammering. It didn't resemble an animal. It was too deliberate, moving with a strange caution. I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a deer maybe, and continued down, quickening my pace. Back at the cabin, I checked every corner. Nothing seemed disturbed except that the small pile of firewood I had stacked neatly on the porch had been shifted slightly. I felt foolish for worrying. Maybe the wind, maybe an animal. I carried the wood back into a neat stack, securing the cabin as best as I could. Yet, a tension settled into my muscles that I couldn't shake. I ate quickly and sat in the main room, staring at the fire. The quiet became oppressive, each sound amplified. Twigs snapping outside made me jump, my nerves raw. I considered leaving early, but the thought of driving the long, rough roads at night made me hesitate. That night, the noises came again. Thumping, scratching, and sometimes a dragging sound against the side of the cabin. I stayed awake most of the night, sitting near the stove with a heavy flashlight. Every time I thought I had heard footsteps, the sound would stop just as suddenly, leaving silence that was almost worse. I didn't sleep. By morning, I was exhausted, my body aching from tension and lack of rest. I decided to make a plan to leave the next day, but I still needed to survive the night. The idea of confronting whatever or whoever was out there kept me alert. I checked the doors repeatedly, wedging a chair under the handle of the back door, and even stacked firewood along the porch windows as makeshift barricades. I was ready to act if someone tried to get inside. On the third day, I woke early, noticing footprints in the morning frost that had not been there before. They led from the tree-line to the cabin, circling it in an irregular pattern before disappearing into the woods. The realization hit me fully. I was not alone, and these were human footprints. My mind raced. Someone had been watching me, maybe for hours or even days. The thought that this could escalate filled me with adrenaline. I decided to gather supplies quietly and prepare to leave before the person returned. I packed my bag with water, food, the first aid kit, flashlight, and a small hatchet. I also made a plan. If someone came, I would lock myself in the loft and wait for an opportunity to escape. I waited until late morning, watching the tree line, listening for any sign of movement. Hours passed. The sun climbed high, and the shadows shifted across the forest floor. I saw nothing, yet the tracks confirmed they had been there. I decided to move. I left the cabin through the back door, carefully stepping over frost and underbrush to avoid leaving obvious signs of my path. I followed the stream trail back toward the road, my pace brisk, eyes scanning constantly. Each snap of a branch, each rustle of leaves made me tense, ready to react. After about 2 hours, I caught sight of my SUV parked where I had left it. Relief washed over me, but I did not lower my guard. Getting into the SUV, I checked my surroundings before starting the engine. The tires crunched over gravel as I slowly drove down the dirt road, glancing in the mirrors for any sign of pursuit. I had the sense that eyes were still on me, though no one appeared. The forest gradually thinned, and after what felt like endless minutes, I reached the paved road. My hands gripped the wheel tightly, knuckles white. I did not stop for anything, heading straight for the nearest town. When I finally reached a gas station, I parked under the bright lights and exhaled in relief. I called the local authorities and reported the situation, providing the location of the cabin and explaining the footprints and signs that someone had been there. They promised to send a patrol, and I waited inside the warm station, shaking, drinking hot coffee, and trying to calm down. The officers arrived later, taking notes and driving back toward the cabin to investigate. They confirmed that someone had indeed been there, recent tracks visible in the dirt and frost, but no one was found. The cabin itself was checked and found undisturbed at that point, with no forced entry, which matched my suspicions that the person had only been observing. Over the next few days, I stayed in a motel, too shaken to return to the forest. I filed a report with the local police, who said they would increase patrols in the area. I realized how vulnerable I had been, how the peace and isolation I sought could so easily be threatened by someone willing to stalk a remote place. I never returned to that cabin and eventually rented closer, safer locations for my trips. I learned to prepare even more carefully, always considering human threats in addition to environmental ones. The experience left me with a heightened awareness, a cautious respect for the woods, and an understanding that true danger often comes not from the unknown or supernatural, but from people willing to invade your space without warning. Even months later, the memory of walking past the cabin for the last time, noticing the footprints that led up to the door, stayed with me. I could feel the cold air, hear the creaking wood, and smell the damp forest floor as if I were back there. It was a visceral reminder that isolation can be as dangerous as it is peaceful, and that preparedness, awareness, and quick action are the only defenses against the unknown threats that hide in the shadows. I had been planning this cabin trip for months. The idea was simple: leave the city behind for a week, go deep into the woods, and disconnect completely. I wanted silence, solitude, and a chance to breathe in air that didn't carry the tang of traffic or exhaust. The cabin I rented was secluded, far off the main roads, perched at the edge of a thick pine forest. The satellite map had made it look isolated but accessible. I didn't realize just how isolated it would be until I drove down the narrow dirt path, the car bouncing over uneven ground, until the trees pressed in on both sides like walls. The last stretch was practically overgrown. I had to brush aside branches that scratched at my windshield. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low, throwing long shadows across the clearing. The cabin itself was small, rustic, but solid. Logs stacked neatly, a steep roof with moss along the edges, and a stone chimney that promised warmth. I parked and stepped out, taking in the scent of pine needles and damp earth. It was quiet, too quiet, the kind of silence that makes you notice the softest sounds. A twig snapping under my boot, the faint rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant drip of water from the roof eaves. I had packed enough food and supplies for a week, and I unloaded everything into the cabin, checking that all the windows were latched and the doors locked. The interior smelled faintly of wood polish and dust. There was a small kitchen area, a table with a couple of chairs, a fireplace, and a loft with a single bed. I unpacked slowly, organizing my things, making the space feel like mine. The first night was uneventful, though sleep came hard. The forest had sounds I wasn't used to. The occasional scuttle of small animals, the soft thud of something moving in the underbrush, the sighing of the trees as the wind passed through them. Every sound made me jump at first, but eventually, I learned to ignore them. The following days passed quietly. I woke early, made coffee on a small camping stove, and hiked short trails around the cabin. The air was crisp, and the sun filtered through the tall pines, casting patches of light on the forest floor. I collected firewood, stacked it neatly by the cabin, and even attempted a small vegetable garden near the edge of the clearing. I felt self-sufficient, in control, and strangely at peace. Then, on the third day, I noticed something. A faint path, barely noticeable, cutting through the trees a little ways from the cabin. It didn't appear on any of the maps I had studied. Curiosity nudged me to follow it, though I carried a flashlight and my backpack with essentials just in case. The path was overgrown, lined with ferns and brambles, and the air was heavier, denser somehow. As I walked, I felt the temperature drop slightly, the sun blocked by thick branches overhead. The path curved deeper into the forest, and for the first time, I felt a little uneasy. I couldn't explain why, but the normal rhythm of the forest, the bird calls, the wind through the pines, felt different here. I didn't go far before I decided to turn back. The unease had settled like a weight in my chest, and the shadows ahead looked almost unnatural, though I knew they weren't. I retraced my steps carefully, scanning constantly, feeling that prickling awareness that comes when something feels slightly off. When I reached the cabin, I double-checked the locks and even barricaded the door with a chair, more out of habit than necessity. That night, sleep came fitfully, punctuated by the occasional snap or rustle outside. The next morning, I noticed the first sign that something was truly wrong. My food supplies had been moved. Not much, just shifted slightly, as if someone had walked through the cabin and touched them. My heart sank. I hadn't seen anyone for miles. I double-checked the doors and windows. Everything was still secure. My first instinct was to rationalize. Maybe the wind had blown things, or maybe I hadn't placed them perfectly. But the sense of unease didn't leave. I decided to stay alert, keeping a heavy stick nearby and inspecting the perimeter of the cabin more carefully. By the fourth day, I had evidence that I wasn't alone. Footprints in the dirt, faint but unmistakable, circled the cabin. They weren't animal tracks, they were human. I measured them, compared them to mine, and realized they were smaller, almost like a teenager or a smaller adult. Panic bubbled, but I forced myself to think clearly. I had my phone, though service was spotty, and I had my car. I considered leaving immediately, but a part of me wanted to see who or what was out there. I decided to stay inside that day, peering out the windows, watching for movement. Shadows moved through the trees, though nothing approached the cabin directly. The sound of footsteps came and went. I could hear breathing sometimes, faint and irregular, echoing in the stillness. It was terrifying, but I also felt a strange adrenaline, a drive to survive, to understand. That evening, I prepared for the worst. I reinforced the doors with logs and chairs, set up a makeshift alarm system using cans and string outside, and kept my backpack and phone within reach. Night fell slowly, and the forest around me seemed almost alive. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying a chill that made my skin crawl. Every noise, every snapping twig, made me flinch. Hours passed, and at one point, I thought I saw someone moving between the trees, but when I aimed my flashlight, there was nothing there. The following day, I noticed something even more disturbing. Supplies had gone missing. Some of my food, my water bottles, even small tools. Whoever was out there was taking things slowly, testing me, getting bolder. I realized I couldn't stay in the cabin forever, but leaving meant risking confrontation. I thought carefully, making a plan. I gathered my remaining supplies, packed everything securely, and left some decoys. Empty containers, light items I could afford to lose, placed near windows and doors. That night, the intruder made their presence fully known. I woke to the sound of breaking glass. The small window by the kitchen had been forced open. My heart raced as I grabbed the stick and flashlight, shining it toward the movement. A figure darted away into the trees, disappearing almost instantly. I was shaking, but I stayed put, keeping my flashlight trained on the area where the intruder had fled. I realized I had been lucky. My barricades had slowed them, and they hadn't seen me fully. I knew I couldn't wait any longer. I decided I had to leave before the intruder returned. At first light, I quietly packed the last of my things, carrying them in a backpack and leaving nothing behind that could attract attention. The forest was eerily still, as if it had been holding its breath during the night. I moved carefully, staying off the path I had discovered, keeping to denser brush where I could. Reaching my car felt like a miracle. The path back was treacherous, but I didn't stop, moving as quickly and silently as possible. My hands were raw from gripping the pack so tightly. My legs burned with exhaustion, but adrenaline kept me going. When I finally reached the main dirt road and started the car, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I drove without stopping, watching the rearview mirror constantly, half expecting to see someone following. When I reached the first town, I parked at a small gas station and called the local sheriff. They took my report seriously, noting that other hikers had reported similar incidents. Trespassers lurking near remote cabins, taking supplies, sometimes watching people without confronting them. I realized then how lucky I had been. If the intruder had forced their way in, if I had been outside, I could have been in serious danger. In the following weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about the experience. I had expected isolation and quiet, but I hadn't expected to feel hunted, to have my safe space violated. I kept going back over every detail. The footprints, the shifted supplies, the shadowy figure in the trees. It had been real, terrifying, and entirely human. No ghosts, no myths, just a person willing to intrude, taking advantage of the solitude I sought for peace. I eventually returned to the cabin, but only after a thorough check by the local authorities. Security cameras had been installed in the area, paths cleared and monitored, and the cabin reinforced. The second time, it was peaceful, quiet, exactly what I had imagined, but I never let my guard down fully. The forest had shown me that isolation could be dangerous, that human threats were far more frightening than any imagined specter. And yet, there was something valuable in surviving it. The awareness that being cautious, prepared, and alert could mean the difference between safety and disaster. I had gone looking for solitude and found fear, but I had also found resilience. From that experience, I learned to respect the wilderness not just for its beauty, but for its unpredictability, both natural and human. The cabin remained a retreat, a place of peace, but never naive peace. I understood now that real danger didn't need ghosts or myths. It only needed someone willing to take advantage of another's isolation. And I survived because I observed, I planned, and I acted decisively when it mattered most. I had planned the trip for months. The idea of a quiet cabin in the woods, far from everything, had been appealing for weeks. Work had been suffocating, the city overwhelming, and I needed space. Not just space, but absolute isolation, where I could breathe, think, and finally feel a kind of peace that had been absent for years. I packed carefully, taking everything I thought I might need. I brought food for several days, extra blankets, flashlights, batteries, a first aid kit, and a hunting knife I had never used before but had felt compelled to bring. I also carried a map and a compass, even though I had read the directions to the cabin multiple times. I didn't want to rely entirely on technology. I wanted to feel the rawness of being out in the woods. The drive was long. Hours of narrow, winding roads cut through endless trees, their branches sometimes touching the edges of the car. By the time I left the main highway, the sun was dipping behind the hills, and the woods grew darker and denser. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and the only sounds were the tires crunching over gravel and the occasional rustle of birds or small animals fleeing the car. The GPS signal began flickering and then went completely out. I had expected this, so it didn't surprise me much, but it added a certain weight to the isolation I had been chasing. Every turn seemed like a gamble, every fork in the road a minor puzzle to solve. The final stretch was barely more than a dirt track, narrow and overgrown, with puddles from a recent rainstorm. My car struggled through them, and mud splashed up onto the sides. By the time I saw the cabin, it was almost dark, and the forest around it was thick, silent, and suffocating in its stillness. The cabin was small, wooden, and rustic, with a steep roof and a small chimney that looked like it hadn't seen fire in a while. Its isolation was complete. No neighbors, no nearby roads, no lights from anywhere else. The forest was dense on all sides, the tall pines creating walls that blocked even the last light of dusk. I parked the car carefully, locked it, and pulled my backpack over my shoulder. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Absolute silence. No wind, no birds, no insects. It felt unnatural, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. I went inside. The cabin smelled of old wood and dampness, and I could feel the chill from the floorboards under my shoes. Dust hung in the corners, and cobwebs glinted faintly in the light from my flashlight. There was a small living area with a couch that looked uncomfortable, a tiny kitchen with basic utensils, and a loft bedroom with a single bed. I set down my backpack, lit a few candles, and tried to shake off the creeping unease that had begun to settle in my chest. I told myself I was imagining things. I had come here to be alone. I had wanted isolation. This was exactly what I had asked for. Night fell completely. The forest outside was a black void, and the cabin's shadows seemed to grow unnaturally long in the candlelight. I moved through the cabin slowly, checking the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was as it should be, yet the hairs on my arms prickled and my stomach churned. I tried to distract myself by unpacking, organizing my supplies, and setting up a small area for cooking. I ate a simple dinner, cold beans and bread, and tried to ignore the feeling that I wasn't truly alone. It was irrational. I was alone. The nearest human being was miles away, and yet I couldn't shake it. Every crack of a branch outside sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind brushing against the cabin walls sounded like someone breathing. I went to bed early, hoping sleep would calm my nerves. The bed was hard, the mattress thin and uneven. I wrapped myself in a blanket and tried to ignore the shadows dancing on the walls. I listened to the forest, trying to identify each sound, convincing myself it was just animals, the wind, or branches falling. Hours passed and I slept fitfully. I woke suddenly in the middle of the night to a sharp noise, something heavy falling outside. I froze, listening. Silence returned, thick and oppressive. I convinced myself it was a tree branch, perhaps loosened by the wind or rain from earlier. I tried to sleep again, but my mind refused to quiet. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the cracks in the wooden walls. The forest looked peaceful, almost beautiful. I tried to shake off the fear from the night before and told myself I would explore, get some exercise, and reclaim the peace I had come for. I stepped outside, noting that the ground around the cabin was littered with fallen leaves, pine needles, and small branches. I decided to follow a narrow trail that led into the trees, hoping to get my bearings. The forest was dense and quiet, as though it were untouched for decades. I walked slowly, keeping alert. The trail wound deeper into the woods, and I realized quickly that it was easy to get lost. There were no markers, no signs, just an endless wall of trees and undergrowth. Hours passed. I walked carefully, noting every detail, the shapes of the trees, the moss on the rocks, the way the sunlight slanted through the branches. I saw tracks, deer, maybe a bear, but nothing alarming. Still, a sense of unease gnawed at me. I told myself it was just the isolation affecting my mind, but the feeling wouldn't leave. When I returned to the cabin, the sun had moved low in the sky, and shadows already stretched long across the forest floor. I was tired but relieved to see the cabin intact, the door still locked. That evening, as I prepared a small fire outside, I noticed movement in the distance. A figure, perhaps a person, or maybe just a trick of the shadows, moved quickly through the trees. My heart jumped, but I told myself it was probably an animal. Yet the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I checked the locks again, this time more thoroughly. Every bolt, every latch, every window shutter was secure. I tried to focus on simple tasks, gathering wood, preparing food, but the sensation persisted, like invisible eyes following my every move. The second night was worse. Every creak of the cabin, every snap of a branch outside, made me start. I lay in bed, flashlight in hand, watching the walls and ceiling. At one point, I thought I heard someone outside the door. I held my breath, waiting, straining to hear. Nothing. I told myself I was being paranoid, but sleep didn't come easily. My imagination filled the darkness with possibilities. Someone lost, someone dangerous, maybe just a prankster or worse, someone intending harm. I realized I hadn't told anyone exactly where I was. My family thought I was on a weekend trip nearby, but they had no idea about this cabin. If something happened, no one would find me for hours, maybe days. The next day, I decided to prepare more seriously. I gathered firewood, made sure the cabin was secure, and kept my knife close. I also scouted the perimeter, checking for anything unusual. That's when I found the footprints. Not animal tracks, but human footprints, muddied and fresh, leading from the edge of the forest toward the cabin and then veering back into the woods. My stomach dropped. Someone had been here. I didn't know how long they had been watching, but it had to be recent. My first instinct was to leave immediately, but the forest was dense, and leaving meant retracing the same narrow, twisting path I had taken before. I needed preparation. I needed to plan. Over the next day, I fortified the cabin as best I could. I piled firewood against the doors, placed heavy furniture in front of them, and kept my knife and a flashlight within reach at all times. I sat with my back against the wall for hours, scanning the windows and listening. I didn't see anyone, but the sense of being watched never left. Every sound, wind, animal, falling branch, made my pulse race. I slept in short bursts, never letting myself fully relax. By the third day, the fear had escalated. I rationed food, kept close to the cabin, and only stepped outside when necessary. The footprints hadn't returned, but the sense of someone nearby persisted. I thought about leaving, but the forest was a maze, and I had no way of guaranteeing I wouldn't get lost in daylight or darkness. I tried to remain calm, telling myself that whoever had been here had likely moved on. But every night, the cabin seemed to shrink around me, the walls closing in, shadows thickening, the forest pressing closer. On the fourth day, I heard it clearly. Footsteps outside, deliberate and slow, circling the cabin. My heart raced, my hands shook. I checked the locks, grabbed my knife, and crouched behind a wall, peering through a window. Shadows moved just beyond the trees. I couldn't see clearly, but I knew someone was out there. I stayed still, silent, trying to control my panic. Hours passed. The footsteps continued, occasionally pausing, sometimes moving closer, then retreating. I realized that whoever it was, they were familiar with the forest. They knew how to move without being easily seen, without leaving much trace. I knew I couldn't stay inside indefinitely. Supplies were running low, and I couldn't risk the mental strain indefinitely. That night, I made a plan. I would leave at first light, taking a path I had scouted before. I would carry only the essentials and move quickly. I couldn't risk being caught outside at night. Morning came. I packed my bag, double-checked everything, and waited for the first light to filter through the trees. I moved cautiously, scanning constantly. The forest seemed alive, every shadow a potential threat. Hours passed as I navigated the trail, my legs burning, my lungs aching, but I stayed focused. At one point, I heard voices in the distance, faint but human. I stayed low, hiding behind trees until they moved away. I realized that someone had indeed been in the area, watching, perhaps even following me. My pulse was constant, my senses on high alert. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I emerged from the woods onto a gravel road. Car passed by and I waved frantically. The driver stopped. Relief crashed over me. I explained, in short, that I had been lost and needed help. They drove me to the nearest town. Authorities were called, and when I returned with them to the cabin, there was no one there. Footprints had faded in the mud, and the forest was silent once more. I realized the person had been watching me for days, but had never approached directly. I never found out who it was or why they were there. The experience left a lasting mark. I had sought isolation and found it, but in its raw, unfiltered form, it was terrifying. I learned that the forest, while beautiful, is indifferent, and that the presence of another human, unseen and deliberate, is far more frightening than any shadow or imagined threat. I returned home, grateful for the ordinary safety of streets, neighbors, and locked doors. The cabin in the woods remained behind me, a memory of fear, vigilance, and survival. I never returned, and I never will. The lesson was clear. Isolation carries its own dangers, and sometimes, the most terrifying presence is another person watching silently from the trees. I had been planning this trip for months. The cabin was small, old, and secluded, perched at the edge of a dense forest with a narrow gravel road leading to it. I had found it online through a rental website, marketed as perfect for solitude, away from everything. The pictures made it look charming. A single-story wooden structure with a porch that overlooked a small clearing, a stack of firewood beside the cabin, and a rusted metal roof that hinted at years of use. I was desperate for isolation. Life in the city had been suffocating. Constant noise, endless deadlines, people who never seemed to stop talking. I wanted to disappear for a few days, to breathe, to feel what it was like to be truly alone. The drive was long, winding through narrow country roads, past fields that stretched into the horizon and patches of forest so thick that sunlight barely reached the ground. My GPS signal disappeared several miles before I reached the cabin, leaving me to navigate with a printed map and memory of the directions I had studied earlier. By the time I arrived, it was late afternoon, and the sun was beginning its slow descent behind the trees, casting long shadows that made the forest look older, stranger. The gravel driveway crunched under my tires, and I parked near the porch, the sound echoing oddly in the quiet. The first thing I noticed was the silence. It was not the soft silence of nature that people romanticized. It was heavy, almost tangible, filled with the distant hum of insects, the rustle of leaves, and the occasional bird call. The air smelled damp and earthy, mixed with the faint, acrid odor of decaying leaves. I unloaded my bags, noting the cabin's small size: 2 rooms, a modest kitchen, and a bathroom. Everything inside was basic but functional. A wooden table and chairs, a small gas stove, a refrigerator that worked but hummed loudly, and a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. There was a fireplace, though it was cold and dusty, the remnants of old ashes scattered inside. I set my bags down and walked around the porch, touching the railing and examining the surrounding woods. The trees were tall, old, and tightly packed, their branches forming a canopy that almost completely blocked the fading sunlight. In the distance, I could hear the faint murmur of a creek, though I couldn't see it. The cabin felt cut off from the world, exactly as I had wanted, but a creeping unease settled in my stomach that I couldn't explain. I spent the next hour unpacking, organizing my things, and preparing for the night. I had brought canned food, bottled water, and enough firewood to last a week. I checked the locks on the doors and windows. They were old, heavy, and effective, though the metal had rusted in places. I lit the fireplace, the smell of burning wood filling the cabin, giving it a faint sense of warmth and security. Outside, the sun had disappeared completely, leaving the forest bathed in twilight. Shadows stretched and shifted, and every sound seemed louder in the quiet. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the cabin being so isolated was making me hyper-aware of every noise, every movement. I went to bed early, lying under a heavy blanket, listening to the forest outside. It was hard to sleep, the unfamiliar sounds gnawing at my nerves. There were the occasional rustles, small animals, probably raccoons or deer, but sometimes it sounded heavier, like footsteps crunching leaves. I kept convincing myself it was nothing, that I was being paranoid. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. The night was when the real terror began. I woke to the sound of something heavy outside the cabin, moving slowly around the perimeter. My heart was pounding, and I froze, straining to hear over the pounding in my chest. The sound came again, a deliberate scraping, like metal or wood being dragged across the ground. I told myself it was probably a deer knocking over a branch, but the timing, the rhythm, it was too deliberate. My instincts screamed at me to check, but I forced myself to stay in bed, telling myself that if I looked outside, I would confirm the paranoia and ruin the isolation I had wanted. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time felt distorted in the dark. I heard the scraping again, this time closer, and then a faint tapping on the porch railing. My blood ran cold. I didn't have a phone signal, no way to call anyone. I considered making a run for my car, but it was dark, and I had no flashlight on me. The cabin door was locked, but the thought of someone outside, knowing I was alone, made me feel vulnerable in a way I had never experienced. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter and crept to the window, barely daring to breathe. Outside, the porch was empty, the shadows deep and shifting. But then I noticed something. Footprints in the dirt leading from the edge of the forest to the porch, large, heavy, not animal. My hands shook as I traced the outline of the prints with my eyes, noting how deep they were, how they pressed into the ground as though whoever had made them was carrying weight. The realization hit me like a punch. Someone had been here, someone had been watching, maybe following me. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, crouched behind the table, listening to every sound, knife in hand, heart racing. The forest seemed alive, whispering and moving around the cabin. I slept in short bursts, waking at every noise. When dawn finally broke, the forest was calm again, the sunlight filtering through the trees, but the fear didn't leave me. I spent hours inspecting the perimeter, noting more footprints, deeper impressions, and the signs of someone trying doors and windows. The locks had held, but it was clear that whoever had been there knew the cabin, knew it was isolated. Over the next day, I fortified the cabin as best as I could. I moved heavy furniture in front of doors, checked the locks repeatedly, and kept the knife close. Every noise outside made me jump. Every shadow in the corner of my eyes set me on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching, that any moment they could appear on the porch. I avoided leaving the cabin except to check for signs of movement or other intrusions. The second night was worse. The noises returned, heavier, closer, more deliberate. I heard the scratch of shoes on the porch, the metallic sound of something hitting the cabin's siding. I stayed hidden in the corner, listening. Then a window rattled violently. Whoever was outside was testing the cabin's limits, trying to break in. My mind raced. I considered running, but the forest surrounded the cabin. There was no escape route without being seen. I spent hours in that position, knife in hand, sweat pouring down my face, the fireplace now cold and useless. I felt trapped, hunted, completely isolated. By the third day, I realized I had to leave. I packed as quickly and quietly as possible, moving in short bursts to avoid being noticed. I kept low to the ground, checking the perimeter for footprints or movement. When I finally opened the door, the forest seemed to hold its breath. I ran, following the gravel path back to the main road, ignoring the fear of someone pursuing me. I didn't stop until I reached the first house at the edge of the forest, a small farmhouse with lights on and people moving around. I collapsed at the doorstep, gasping, shaking, unable to speak. They called the police, who came and inspected the cabin. They found footprints, signs of attempted break-ins, and evidence that someone had been living in the forest nearby, hiding, watching the cabin for days. In the end, I left the rental behind. The cabin sat empty after that, listed again online, but I could never go near it again. The experience stayed with me, a constant reminder that isolation can make you vulnerable in ways you never imagine. I recovered slowly, but I became hyper-aware, always checking locks, always wary of shadows, always aware of the weight of being alone. I learned that fear doesn't need ghosts or monsters. It can come from people, from the real world, from knowing that someone is out there, waiting, watching, and capable of anything. Even now, years later, I can feel the weight of those nights when I close my eyes. The rustling of leaves, the creak of the cabin door, the deep prints in the dirt. They follow me. The forest is silent again in my memories, but I can still hear the sound of someone moving just outside, just beyond the edge of the trees. I will never forget it, and I will never go back. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, planning every little detail. The cabin was supposed to be isolated, deep in the mountains, far from the crowded tourist areas. I wanted silence, solitude, and a break from everything that had been suffocating me in the city. My job had drained me, my apartment felt like a cage, and I hadn't seen a familiar face in weeks. I didn't care about comfort or luxury. I wanted raw isolation. I wanted the sound of nothing, the smell of untouched woods, and the weight of solitude pressing against me. I wanted to disappear for a few days and find some sort of peace, or maybe clarity, that had been missing from my life for years. I packed my old hiking backpack with the essentials: a small stove, canned food, a sleeping bag, a first aid kit, some water, batteries, matches, a flashlight, and a map. I double-checked everything at least 3 times. I didn't want to get stranded without supplies. The cabin's owner had told me it was simple but sturdy, with wood-burning heat and enough room for 2 people. I told myself I didn't need anyone else. I could handle this alone. The drive to the trailhead was long, twisting through narrow roads lined with dense pine trees. The air grew cooler and cleaner as I drove, the scent of wet earth and pine filling the car. The closer I got, the quieter everything became. I had noticed birds chirping less frequently and the occasional distant sound of a stream or wind moving through the branches. It was calm, almost too calm. I didn't think much of it then. I thought it was part of the beauty. I parked at the small gravel trailhead, checked my pack once more, and started walking. The path was narrow, sometimes just wide enough for one person. The forest was thick, the trees older than anything I had ever seen in the city. Moss covered their bases, and roots twisted across the dirt, creating natural obstacles that made walking slow and careful. The further I went, the more the sunlight dimmed under the thick canopy. It was early afternoon, but the woods had their own timing, a slower, older rhythm. I had expected this, but the quiet felt heavier than I thought it would. Not just peaceful quiet, but the kind that presses into your ears and mind, making your own heartbeat loud and intrusive. I tried to focus on the trail and the smells of pine and damp earth, but after a while, I noticed I was more aware of the silence than anything else. The cabin finally came into view after almost 3 hours of hiking. It was tucked behind a natural clearing, surrounded on all sides by thick trees and overgrown bushes. The wood was dark and aged, but well maintained, with a small stone chimney rising from the roof. The windows were dusty, but I could see that inside, it was simple. No electricity, just a table, a few chairs, a small stove, and a narrow bed. I set my pack down, stretched my stiff muscles, and immediately started gathering wood for the stove. The first night in the mountains is always the coldest, and I wanted to be sure I had a fire ready before dark. The wood outside was dry, stacked near the back of the cabin, but I collected more from the surrounding area, breaking branches and stacking them carefully. I didn't just want warmth, I wanted reassurance, a sense of control over this place that was entirely alien to me. I lit the stove before sunset. The first crackle of flames filled the small cabin, warming it slowly, pushing back the chill that had followed me inside. I unpacked my food and started preparing a simple meal, canned beans and rice, heated over the small flame. Even cooking felt different here. Everything was slower, deliberate, and somehow heavier. There was no background noise to distract me. No car engines, no distant construction, no hum of electricity. Just the sound of the fire and the occasional creak of the cabin settling in the cool evening. After eating, I cleaned up, stacked more wood near the stove, and crawled into my sleeping bag early. It was exhausting, both physically and mentally, just hiking here and being in a completely new environment. I lay there, listening to the forest, noticing the change in sounds as night fell. Every little crack of a branch, every whisper of wind against the cabin, made me hyper-aware. The feeling was strange, almost like being watched, but I told myself it was just the woods, that there was no one here, that I was alone. The first night was restless. I woke multiple times, convinced I heard footsteps outside or a branch snap near a window. Every time I got up to check, there was nothing but shadows, trees swaying, and the occasional hoot of an owl. I told myself I was overreacting, but my mind couldn't settle. Eventually, I fell asleep in fits and starts, the warmth of the stove barely reaching the far end of the cabin. When morning came, I felt relieved. Sunlight filtered through the dusty windows, making patterns on the wooden floor. I lit the stove again, had some coffee, and tried to shake off the uneasy feeling from the night. I planned to explore the surrounding area, maybe find a stream to refill my water and get some fresh air in my lungs. The forest in daylight felt less threatening, though the silence was still heavy. The day passed slowly. I walked along narrow trails, noticing every small detail. The way moss clung to rocks, the tracks of animals in the mud, the faint scent of decaying leaves. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling of being watched lingered. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was low, and the shadows of the trees stretched long across the ground. I prepared another simple meal, stoked the fire, and tried to relax. I had brought a small notebook and a pen, thinking I would write, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept replaying small noises, small movements I thought I had seen. I blamed exhaustion and the unfamiliar environment. I told myself the fear was normal, that it would pass once I settled in. That night, the wind picked up. It started as a soft whistle, but by midnight, it was a constant moan through the trees. The cabin shook slightly with each gust. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening, my heart pounding with each unfamiliar sound. Then I heard it, a distinct sound, closer than the wind could be. A scrape against the side of the cabin, followed by silence. I froze, straining to hear. Another scrape, slower this time, deliberate. I grabbed the flashlight, creeping to the window. Shadows danced across the clearing, but there was nothing. My mind raced through possibilities. Animals, a falling branch, someone lost in the woods. But the scraping came again, faint but unmistakable, on the back of the cabin near where I had stacked wood. My stomach twisted. I hadn't expected anyone to be here, and I had no way to call for help. Cell service was non-existent. I grabbed a heavy branch from near the door, my mind racing. I moved quietly, trying to listen for the source of the sound. The scraping stopped. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure anyone outside could hear it. I searched around the perimeter, shining the flashlight across the trees. Nothing moved, no eyes reflecting the light. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I returned to the cabin, bolted the door, and sat near the stove, keeping the branch close. Hours passed. Every sound, every shadow, every gust of wind made me flinch. I could barely sleep, but eventually exhaustion took over, leaving me in a fitful, anxious doze. The next morning, I inspected the surroundings in daylight. I found marks in the soft ground near the woodpile, footprints, too large to be mine, fading into the thick underbrush. My stomach sank. I had no weapons beyond the branch, no phone, and no immediate escape route. The nearest road was miles away, and I hadn't seen another person since I parked the car. I knew I had to stay calm and rational, but fear clawed at me. I spent the day preparing, gathering more wood, barricading the cabin as best I could, and thinking through a plan if someone came back. I stayed inside as the sun set, listening, waiting, every nerve on edge. That night, the noises returned. Scraping, faint footsteps, something brushing against the side of the cabin. I stayed quiet, holding my makeshift weapon, every muscle tense. Hours passed. At some point, I must have fallen asleep again. When I woke, it was before dawn, and everything was silent. No sounds, no movement, just the heavy morning air in the forest. I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed my things, left everything else in the cabin, and started walking back toward the trailhead. My mind stayed sharp, scanning the forest, every rustle making me jump. The sun rose fully, and gradually, the woods became familiar again. The tension began to fade as I approached the gravel trail. By the time I reached my car, I was shaking but relieved. No one followed. Nothing attacked. I had survived the night, and the fear had finally lifted in the safety of daylight. Driving back, I couldn't stop thinking about how vulnerable I had been. Alone in a remote cabin, isolated from the world, at the mercy of the environment and potentially others. It was terrifying, yes, but I had survived by staying calm, preparing, and trusting my instincts. I realized I had underestimated how quickly a quiet, peaceful place could turn threatening. That trip changed how I thought about solitude. I didn't regret going, but I understood the weight of being truly alone. The mountains and the woods were beautiful, but they were not forgiving. That clarity, that understanding of real danger and self-reliance, was the reason I had come. I knew that if I ever returned, I would be far more prepared, not just with gear, but with awareness, respect, and vigilance. And that realization, the clarity of surviving something that could have gone horribly wrong, was worth every tense moment. I drove home exhausted, mentally replaying everything, but with a strange sense of accomplishment. I had faced isolation, fear, and uncertainty, and I had emerged unharmed. I was shaken, but I had also learned something I could never learn in the city: the raw, unfiltered reality of nature, solitude, and the human instinct to survive. The experience stayed with me for years, not as a haunting memory, but as a lesson in preparation, awareness, and resilience. I knew I would remember every step of that hike, every night of fear, and every moment of quiet dread, because surviving it had changed me in a way that nothing else could. It started as a trip I thought would be simple, a quiet getaway to a cabin I had rented deep in the forest. I had been craving solitude, the kind that only comes when you are miles away from any sign of life, far from roads, phones, or people. The cabin was small, rustic, and isolated, sitting beside a narrow, dark lake that reflected the surrounding pines like a mirror. The drive there was long and winding. By the time I reached the gravel road that led to the cabin, the sun was already low, and the trees cast long shadows that slanted across the ground like fingers. I parked my car at the edge of the clearing, taking a moment to look at the cabin. It was wooden, weathered, and slightly crooked, but it had a charm that seemed genuine. The windows were grimy with age, and the roof had patches that looked like they had been repaired many times. The air was cold and sharp, and I could smell the wet earth mixed with the scent of pine needles. I took my bag and started walking toward the cabin. Each step on the gravel made a crunching sound that felt unnervingly loud in the stillness of the forest. When I opened the door, the smell inside hit me immediately. It was musty, like damp wood and old furniture, but underneath it, I could detect the faint scent of smoke. The cabin had been used recently, I could tell, but it had clearly not been cleaned in some time. The floor creaked under my feet as I walked across the small living area. The furniture was sparse. A table and 2 chairs, a small couch covered in a faded blanket, and a fireplace that looked like it had not been used in years. There was a small kitchen in the corner, with a single burner stove and a sink that had rusted around the edges. The bedroom was even smaller, a single bed with a thin mattress and a set of sheets that smelled faintly of mildew. There was a bathroom, but the water in the sink was brown and barely dribbled out of the tap. I realized quickly that this trip would be rougher than I had anticipated. But I liked rough. I liked being alone with nature, far from everything. I spent the first hour unpacking my bag and setting up the cabin. I stacked firewood by the fireplace and checked the windows to make sure they closed properly. The isolation was both exhilarating and unnerving. The forest outside seemed alive in a way that felt threatening, not comforting. I could hear the wind through the trees, the rustle of leaves, and something heavier, branches snapping under the weight of something moving. I shrugged it off as deer or other wildlife. The first night passed without incident. I went to bed early, exhausted from the long drive, and the quietness of the cabin was overwhelming. I lay in bed, listening to the occasional sound of the forest, feeling the walls of the cabin hold me in. I slept fitfully, dreams half-formed and uneasy, and woke several times thinking I heard footsteps outside. The second day, I decided to explore the area. I had brought a map, but I quickly realized that the forest was dense and disorienting. The lake near the cabin was narrow, but its water was deep and dark. I walked along its edge, slipping on wet stones, brushing past branches that scratched at my arms. I felt watched. At first, I convinced myself it was paranoia, but the feeling grew heavier with each step. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, and the shadows were stretching unnaturally long. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself that humans are meant to feel discomfort in the unknown. I started a fire in the fireplace, cooking a simple meal, and kept glancing at the windows as though expecting someone or something to be out there. The following day was when the real fear began. I had gone for a walk further into the woods, following what I thought was a trail, but it quickly dissolved into underbrush and tangled roots. I turned to head back, and the sun was already lowering in the sky. The forest looked different, more oppressive, as the light dimmed. The noises around me changed. Birds fell silent, and the wind seemed to move in unnatural gusts, bending branches in ways that suggested weight and force from something hidden. That's when I saw it. Footprints in the mud. They were large, far too big to be any normal animal. The prints led off the path and into the thick trees. My stomach sank. I debated following them to see where they went, but I knew instinctively I shouldn't. The prints were fresh, and something about their shape made me feel exposed. I hurried back to the cabin, the forest pressing in from all sides, every crack of a branch underfoot echoing like a warning. By the time I reached the cabin, I was sweating despite the cold air. That night, I barricaded the door with the table and stacked extra firewood near the windows. I stayed awake for hours, staring at the darkness outside. Every little sound made me flinch: the creak of the floorboards, the scuttle of some small animal, the wind pushing through the trees. At some point, I heard it, a scraping noise against the side of the cabin. Not once, but multiple times, slow and deliberate. My heart raced, and I realized that I could no longer ignore that I was not alone. Whoever or whatever was out there had been following me, watching. I could see faint impressions on the ground where the soil had been disturbed near the cabin. I thought about calling the police, but there was no signal, no way to alert anyone. Panic crept up my spine. I sat in the living area, clutching a heavy metal rod I had found in the fireplace, trying to steady my breathing. The fire was dying down, and the darkness outside felt infinite. The next day, I ventured out at first light, trying to rationalize everything. I needed food, water, and a plan. I found some supplies in the kitchen, cans of food, a bottle of water, but nothing that could last for more than a couple of days. I thought about leaving, walking back to the main road, but the forest was thick, and I had no clear path. More than that, I feared the figure that had been circling the cabin. As I packed what I could into my bag, I noticed signs around the cabin: footprints, broken branches, disturbed soil. Whoever had been watching me was methodical, moving silently but leaving traces that made me aware of their presence. Fear had become a tangible thing, something that pressed on me from all sides. As night fell again, I realized I needed a strategy. I couldn't simply hide. I needed to be proactive. I cleaned the windows, made sure the locks were functional, and arranged the furniture in a way that would give me lines of sight in every direction. I gathered rocks and heavy tools, anything I could use if the person or people tried to force entry. The wind howled through the trees, and I could hear footsteps moving in a rhythm, circling. Sleep was impossible. I stayed alert, listening, watching, my mind running through scenarios of what could happen. Every shadow seemed like a person, every noise a threat. My body trembled from exhaustion and fear, but I knew I couldn't show weakness. The next morning, I decided to take a risk. I would leave the cabin, hike out through a less direct path, and try to reach the road before the watcher could notice. I packed lightly, keeping only the essentials, and set off through the trees. The forest seemed to close in on me, branches scratching, roots threatening to trip me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced someone was following me. Hours passed, and the sun moved across the sky. I drank sparingly from my bottle, my legs aching, my lungs burning from the exertion. Eventually, I stumbled into a clearing and saw a dirt road in the distance. Relief surged through me, but I stayed low, moving cautiously. When I reached the road, I ran toward it, waving my arms, hoping someone would appear. Eventually, a car appeared, and I sprinted into its path. The driver stopped, bewildered, but I couldn't speak clearly at first. I simply climbed in and begged to be taken to the nearest town. I didn't care about explaining everything. I just needed to be safe. Once in town, I reported the events to the authorities. They listened, taking notes, asking questions, and eventually arranged a search of the cabin and surrounding forest. The footprints and signs of someone living, watching, and moving near the cabin were evident. They found evidence that someone had been hiding in the area for days, perhaps weeks, observing the cabin. It was terrifying to realize how close I had been to being discovered or harmed. In the days after, the police increased patrols in the area, warning hikers and cabin renters of the risks. I never returned to that forest. I stayed away from isolated cabins. The memory haunted me for months. The oppressive darkness, the feeling of being watched, the knowledge that someone had been so close, yet invisible. But I survived. I made it out alive, and I learned something crucial. The forest can be beautiful, but it can also harbor people with dangerous intentions. It taught me vigilance, awareness, and the importance of preparation. That experience reshaped how I approached isolation, and I carry its lessons with me every day. I cannot erase the fear I felt, but I also cannot forget the clarity it brought to how fragile safety can be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I returned to civilization with a renewed appreciation for the ordinary, for open spaces filled with people, and the comforting presence of others nearby. It is a memory I will never forget, and one that continues to remind me of the thin line between solitude and danger. I drove into the mountains on a quiet Thursday morning, my car loaded with supplies for the weekend. I had been planning this cabin trip for months, seeking solitude and a break from the constant noise of the city. The route wound through dense forests, narrow roads barely wide enough for 2 cars, and every turn seemed to take me deeper into isolation. The air changed as I climbed, growing colder and fresher, carrying the scent of wet pine and damp earth. I felt a strange mix of excitement and unease as I approached the cabin, a small wooden structure I had rented online. The photos made it look peaceful and remote, the perfect escape. When I arrived, the cabin looked even smaller in person than it had online. It was set back from the dirt road, surrounded by tall pines and thick underbrush. The structure was old, but solid. The wood was weathered, gray from years of exposure, but there was a sturdy feel to it. I parked my car on the uneven ground in front of the cabin, got out, and took a long look at the place. A narrow path led up to the front door, overgrown with weeds, and the windows were dusty, reflecting the dense forest around me. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The interior was surprisingly clean. There was a small living area with a worn couch and a table, a kitchenette with an old stove, and a bedroom with a single bed. I set my backpack down and walked around, checking the space. The smell of old wood mixed with faint mildew. The cabin had electricity, but it was inconsistent. I flicked the light switch, and the bulb in the ceiling flickered weakly before stabilizing. I unpacked my supplies: food, water, a small first aid kit, batteries for my flashlight, and some blankets. I also had a small propane heater in case it got too cold. After settling in, I stepped outside to explore the surroundings. The cabin was perched on a slight rise, with the forest stretching in all directions. I could hear a small stream in the distance, water running over rocks, and the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. It was quiet, too quiet. Even the birds seemed scarce. I followed a narrow path through the trees, curious to see where it led. It opened into a small clearing with an abandoned fire pit, surrounded by charred logs. I assumed previous visitors had camped here. The sight made me feel a strange twinge of unease. The isolation, which had seemed peaceful from the road, now felt heavier, more oppressive. As the sun began to set, I returned to the cabin and started a small fire in the stove. The warmth was comforting, and I sat on the couch, listening to the crackling flames and the occasional snapping of branches outside. Shadows stretched across the walls, moving as the flames flickered. I reminded myself that I was alone by choice, that I had come here to enjoy solitude. But as night fell, the forest seemed to close in around the cabin. Every sound was amplified: the wind brushing against the trees, small animals rustling in the underbrush, distant branches breaking. I checked the locks on the door and windows, an unnecessary precaution, I told myself. Still, I felt a subtle tension I couldn't shake. Sleep was fitful that night. I woke several times to strange noises outside, scratching and shuffling sounds that seemed too deliberate to be random wildlife. Each time, I would lie still, straining my ears, trying to convince myself it was just the wind. The isolation was getting to me, making every sound seem threatening. By morning, I was exhausted, but I forced myself to get up. I made coffee on the small stove and ate a simple breakfast while watching the mist rise from the forest. I decided to explore further, to take my mind off the unease that had settled in overnight. I packed a small bag with water, a knife, my flashlight, and my phone, even though I knew reception would be spotty. I followed a narrow path that wound deeper into the forest. The trees were close together, their branches forming a thick canopy that blocked most of the sunlight. The ground was uneven, covered with roots and fallen leaves, and I had to watch my step carefully. I followed the sound of the stream from yesterday, hoping it would lead me to a clearing or a point of interest. Hours passed as I walked, the forest becoming denser, more oppressive. I realized I had lost track of time. My sense of direction faltered, and the paths all seemed to look the same. I tried to mark my trail, breaking small branches and leaving marks on trees, but the forest was vast, and it was easy to get turned around. A creeping anxiety started to build, a sense that I was being watched, though there was no one there. My imagination began to play tricks, turning shadows into figures, rustling leaves into footsteps. By late afternoon, I found myself in a part of the forest that looked different. The trees were older, their trunks thick and gnarled, and the underbrush was denser. I spotted a narrow trail that seemed to lead uphill. I decided to follow it, hoping it would bring me back toward the cabin. The incline was steep, and I had to use my hands to push aside branches and pull myself up over rocks. The sun was low now, casting long shadows that made the forest seem even darker. Suddenly, I heard something move behind me, a sharp crack of a branch breaking. I froze, my heart pounding. I waited, straining my ears. There was nothing, then another crack, closer this time. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, and the beam caught nothing but trees. My pulse raced. I reminded myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. I tried to calm down, but the sound of footsteps, or what I thought were footsteps, continued intermittently behind me. I quickened my pace, climbing faster, the uneven ground making every step precarious. By the time I reached the top of the hill, the sun had almost disappeared, leaving the forest in near darkness. I stopped to catch my breath, trying to orient myself. That's when I realized I could see smoke rising in the distance, thin and curling through the trees. It wasn't from the cabin, it was too far away. I debated whether to investigate, but something in me told me to avoid it. Smoke meant fire, and fire in the forest could be dangerous, but it also meant someone was there. Alone in the dark forest, the thought of encountering another person without warning made me uneasy. I decided to head back, trying to retrace my steps. The return was harder than the climb. The forest had grown darker, and the path I thought I had marked seemed to disappear. I stumbled over roots, slipped on loose leaves, and my flashlight flickered intermittently. Panic set in. I had been walking for over an hour, and the cabin was nowhere in sight. I realized my phone had no signal, leaving me completely cut off. I tried to remain calm, telling myself that if I stayed on the trail, I would eventually find the cabin. I forced myself to slow down, taking careful, deliberate steps. Then I heard it again. Footsteps behind me. They were soft, deliberate, and there was no rustling of leaves that would indicate an animal. I stopped and listened. The sound stopped too. I started walking again, faster this time, my flashlight shaking in my hand. Every shadow seemed to move. Every branch snapping sounded like it was behind me. I realized I was truly alone, isolated in a forest I could barely navigate. I considered shouting for help, but the emptiness swallowed any sound I made. Hours passed. I wandered blindly, exhausted and terrified. My legs ached. My hands were scratched from branches, and my mouth was dry. I stumbled into a small clearing, and for a moment, I felt a glimmer of hope. The clearing had a small, overgrown path leading downhill. I followed it, driven by instinct more than knowledge, hoping it would lead me back to the cabin. The slope was treacherous, the ground slick with wet leaves. I fell several times, scraping my knees and hands, but I kept moving. Finally, as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I saw it, the roof of the cabin, partially obscured by the forest. Relief washed over me, and I ran the last few hundred meters, tripping over roots but ignoring the pain. I reached the cabin, unlocked the door, and collapsed inside. I was bruised, scratched, and utterly exhausted, but I was safe. I locked the door, checked the windows, and sank onto the couch, breathing heavily. The forest was quiet outside, bathed in the soft morning light, but the memory of the previous night's terror lingered. Over the next few days, I stayed inside the cabin, too shaken to venture far. I repaired the small scratches, cleaned up, and rationed my food and water carefully. I kept the doors and windows locked, and every small noise outside made me jump. I began to notice things I hadn't before. The way animals moved cautiously near the cabin, the way branches creaked in the wind, the small tracks in the dirt that could have been anyone's. The forest, which had seemed peaceful at first, had revealed a hidden edge, a quiet menace that reminded me how vulnerable I was alone in such a place. When I finally left, I drove back down the mountain with a mixture of relief and lingering fear. I had survived, but the experience left a mark. The forest was no longer a place of escape. It was a place of tension and uncertainty, a reminder that isolation could be as frightening as any person or threat. I learned to respect the solitude, to prepare meticulously, and to understand that even in a place as serene as a cabin in the woods, danger and fear could be very real and very human. Looking back, I realized the real terror wasn't in what I imagined or what I might have seen. It was the absolute vulnerability, the awareness that in such isolation, any small mistake could have severe consequences. The story had a clear ending. I survived, I returned home, and I carried the lesson with me. I never underestimated the forest again, and I never went alone. The cabin trip, terrifying as it was, became a lasting reminder of my own limits and the sharp, quiet edge of real, human fear. It was early autumn when I decided to spend a week alone in a cabin deep in the mountains. I had been living in the city for years, constantly surrounded by noise, traffic, and people I didn't know, and I needed a break. I wanted silence, the kind that pressed against your ears and makes you aware of every tiny sound. I found a small, rustic cabin online, located in a remote area accessible only by a long, winding dirt road. The owner advertised it as a place of peace, but as I drove closer, I realized how isolated it really was. The trees grew thick and tall, and the sun barely touched the ground through the canopy. By the time I parked, the sky was streaked with orange, and the mountain air was already sharp and cold. The cabin looked small and old but sturdy. Its wooden walls were weathered, the roof had a few missing shingles, and the chimney seemed unused for years. I unloaded my car, carrying in my backpack a small cooler, a flashlight, and the extra firewood I had bought. I stepped inside and immediately felt the silence swallow me. The cabin smelled of old wood and dampness, with the faint, earthy smell of the forest creeping through the cracks in the walls. The room was small, with a main living space, a tiny kitchen corner, a small bedroom with a creaky bed, and a bathroom with a shower. There was no electricity except for a single, small generator, which I tested and made sure it worked. I spent the first day unpacking, exploring the area around the cabin, and setting up a fire. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet, but in a way that made sense. Birds occasionally sang in the distance, leaves rustled in the wind, and the occasional squirrel ran along the forest floor. I felt a kind of peace I hadn't known in years. I started a small fire in the fireplace as night fell and sat in the flickering warmth. Outside, the sky darkened quickly, and the forest seemed to stretch endlessly into shadows. That night, I slept in the cabin with the windows slightly open. I woke briefly to the sound of something scraping against the side of the cabin. My heart raced, but I told myself it was probably a branch or some small animal. The thought made me uneasy, but I tried to push it away. The forest at night was alive with sounds I didn't recognize. Twigs snapping underfoot, leaves rustling, and distant, low calls from animals I couldn't see. The next morning, I decided to hike around the property. I followed a narrow trail that led deeper into the woods. The forest floor was thick with fallen leaves, and the air smelled sharp and fresh. I walked for hours, keeping track of my steps so I could find my way back. I noticed broken branches and what looked like old animal tracks, probably deer or elk, but nothing alarming. As I returned to the cabin, I realized that the sun was lower than I had thought. The forest could become disorienting very quickly, and I made a mental note to stick closer to the cabin from now on. Over the next few days, I settled into a routine. I would wake up early, make coffee over the small gas stove, check the generator, and explore different paths in the forest during the day. I kept a notebook where I wrote down my observations, the kinds of trees, animal tracks, weather changes, and even the sounds I heard at night. One afternoon, while walking along a narrow trail, I noticed something strange. A pair of footprints leading away from the cabin, but not in the direction I had been walking. They were large, human-like, but oddly spaced. I froze and looked around. The forest was quiet. There was no sound of a person moving, no voices, nothing. I traced the footprints for a short distance but lost them among the fallen leaves. I hurried back to the cabin, my stomach tight with unease. That evening, I double-checked the cabin. I made sure the doors were locked and the windows were secure. The thought that someone could have been nearby without me seeing them gnawed at the edge of my mind. I spent hours pacing, listening, and staring into the darkness outside. The forest seemed thicker, the shadows deeper. I tried to rationalize it, perhaps hikers, perhaps hunters, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I kept my flashlight close, and I didn't sleep as well that night. Every snapping branch or rustling leaf made me flinch. On the fourth day, things escalated. I had gone out early to hike a different trail and returned around noon. The cabin looked the same at first glance, but as I stepped closer, I noticed the door slightly ajar. My heart jumped. I was sure I had locked it before leaving. I approached cautiously, holding the flashlight and a small hatchet I had brought for protection. Inside, nothing seemed disturbed at first. My food and supplies were untouched. The bed was still made, but I noticed something on the floor. A footprint in the dust, near the doorway, larger than mine and freshly made. I backed away and went outside. The woods were still and quiet, and I realized that if someone had been in the cabin, they were gone now. The thought of someone watching me, maybe waiting for the right moment, terrified me. I considered leaving immediately but thought better of it. The nearest town was over an hour away on rough mountain roads, and leaving in the dark could be dangerous. I stayed alert, constantly checking outside for any movement. That night was unbearable. Couldn't sleep. Every noise made me sit up, flashlight in hand. Around midnight, I heard something else. Scraping at the side of the cabin again, but slower, deliberate. I stayed still, listening. The sound stopped and started again, moving along the side of the cabin. My mind raced. Whoever or whatever it was close. I thought about calling for help, but cell service was patchy at best. I had a small emergency radio, but I knew it would take time for anyone to respond. The next morning, I decided to set up makeshift defenses. I moved furniture in front of the door and windows, placed sharp tools near entry points, and kept the fire going in the fireplace. I stayed close to the cabin, refusing to go on longer hikes. I started leaving signs of my presence outside, broken branches, footprints in circles, to make it seem like someone was moving around more than just the cabin. It was a way to confuse anyone watching. I also started carrying my hatchet wherever I went. On the sixth day, things came to a head. I had been inside most of the day, watching the forest through a small window. In the late afternoon, I saw movement, shapes moving between the trees. At first, I thought it was deer, but then I noticed how deliberate it was, moving slowly, almost stalking. My stomach sank. I realized these weren't animals. Someone had been tracking me, observing me, waiting. I locked all doors, barricaded the main entry again, and stayed hidden behind the furniture, watching the shadows outside. Hours passed like this. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the forest became black. I stayed awake, listening to every noise, imagining every possible scenario. I knew I couldn't stay like that forever. I needed to escape, but the road was far, and traveling at night was dangerous. I decided to wait until dawn. When first light came, I packed my essentials: food, water, flashlight, hatchet, and left through a small back exit I had been keeping clear. I moved quickly, sticking to the trees, avoiding the main path where anyone might expect me. The forest was thick, and every snap of a branch sent my heart racing. I kept to shadows, creeping along until I reached the road leading back to the town. I didn't stop until I saw my car. Relief flooded me as I unlocked it and drove away, keeping my eyes on the forest the whole time. Once on the main road, I stopped at the first gas station to collect myself. My hands were shaking, my clothes torn from branches, and my face scratched, but I was safe. I realized that I had narrowly avoided something dangerous, though I never discovered who had been watching me or what they intended. Looking back, I learned a lot about fear, awareness, and isolation. The cabin had seemed like a peaceful retreat, but the reality of being alone in the wilderness with someone else tracking you was terrifying. I never returned to that cabin. I sold my gear, changed my routines, and always made sure someone knew exactly where I was when I ventured into the wilderness again. The memory stayed with me, not as a ghostly presence, but as the pure, raw fear of knowing that someone else could be near, unseen, and watching. It changed the way I approached nature, solitude, and safety. Even years later, whenever I hear the scrape of a branch or a sudden rustle in the forest, I remember that week. The fear wasn't from monsters or legends. It was from real life, from the knowledge that humans can be unpredictable, dangerous, and silent, lurking in the shadows where you think you are completely alone. And that knowledge is something I will never forget. I had been planning the trip for months, and I thought I had done everything right. I wanted solitude, a real escape from the endless noise of the city, from the constant traffic and the glow of streetlights that never seemed to go out. I wanted quiet. I wanted a cabin in the woods, something simple, isolated, where I could walk among the trees and listen to my own thoughts without distraction. The internet was full of listings, some real, some questionable, but I found one that seemed perfect. It was deep in a national forest, far from the nearest town, and it had the kind of rustic charm I liked. Wooden beams, a stone fireplace, a tiny kitchen with just enough space to make a decent meal. The pictures showed a small deck that overlooked a narrow creek and a dirt path that disappeared into the forest. I arrived on a late Friday afternoon, driving through narrow, winding roads that I barely recognized from the map. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the road. I remember feeling a small thrill when I finally saw the cabin at the end of a long dirt track. The air smelled sharp of pine and wet earth. I parked my car in the tiny clearing and stepped out, feeling the weight of isolation settle on my shoulders. There was a strange calm in it, something you only get when you know the nearest neighbor is miles away. The cabin itself was smaller than I expected, but sturdy. The wood was weathered, the roof showed signs of age, and the windows were slightly fogged from the cold outside. I unlocked the door with a key hidden in a small box, just as the listing had said, and stepped inside. The air smelled faintly of wood and dust, but it was clean, not damp or moldy. I ran my fingers over the old wooden counter in the kitchen, over the beams above my head, over the mantel of the fireplace. I felt the quiet again, and I felt alive in a way I hadn't in months. I spent the first few hours unpacking, arranging my things, and exploring the small cabin. There were 2 bedrooms, a small bathroom, and a living room with a worn sofa and a few chairs. The fireplace dominated the room, its stones rough and blackened in places from previous fires. Outside, I could see the creek glinting in the late afternoon sun, the water moving slowly, almost lazily, between the rocks. I decided I would make a fire that night, cook some simple dinner, and watch the darkness settle in. As the sun disappeared, the forest came alive in ways I hadn't expected. Birds I hadn't seen all summer settled into the treetops, their calls sharp and sudden. Small animals rustled through the undergrowth. The wind moved differently here, through the branches and over the creek, making soft, moaning noises that seemed to echo around the clearing. I built a fire in the fireplace, lighting it carefully, watching as the flames caught and danced. The room glowed warmly, and I felt comforted, as though the cabin itself were keeping me safe. That night, I slept lightly, waking now and then to the sounds outside. The forest seemed endless, dark, and full of life that didn't need my approval. I could hear something scratching near the cabin at one point, probably a deer or a raccoon, but my mind imagined other things. Smaller animals, sure, but what else could be moving so deliberately, so close? I shook it off and fell back asleep, the warmth of the fire and the isolation lulling me. The next day, I decided to explore the forest. I had a small map, not much more than a sketch, and a compass, and I thought I was prepared. I left the cabin in the late morning, my boots crunching over the dry leaves. The trail was barely visible in places, covered with fallen branches and new growth. I walked for hours, keeping the creek on my left, moving deeper into the forest. The sunlight broke through the canopy in scattered patches, illuminating the green moss and the thick underbrush. I felt completely alone, but in a good way, or at least I thought I did. It was late afternoon when I realized I had gone further than I expected. I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed to have changed, or maybe I had just lost my bearings. Every tree looked the same, every branch the same. The creek had split somewhere behind me, leaving me unsure which way to go. I started to feel a small twinge of panic. The sky was beginning to gray, the clouds thickening in the late afternoon. I knew I had to find my way back before dark. I turned in one direction, trying to follow a path I thought I remembered, but I quickly realized I had no real idea where I was. The forest was dense here, the underbrush thick, and every step seemed to sink into wet leaves or slide over moss-covered roots. I could hear the creek in the distance, but the sound shifted as I moved, and soon it was gone. The quiet pressed in, heavier than before, and I felt a wave of fear I hadn't expected. I was alone, truly alone, miles from anything, with no one to help if I got hurt or lost. Hours passed as I stumbled through the forest, trying different directions, all of them seeming wrong. The light was fading faster than I expected, and shadows grew long and twisted between the trees. My feet ached, my legs burned, and my backpack felt heavier with each step. I began to think about the cabin, about the safety and warmth I had left behind. The thought of returning became an obsession, and I moved faster, almost running, until I tripped over a root and fell hard, scraping my knees and elbows. I sat there for a moment, catching my breath, my heart racing, and then forced myself to get up again. The forest grew darker, and the temperature dropped sharply. I realized I had no clear plan, no idea where I was going, just a desperate hope that I would stumble back onto a familiar trail. I tried to stay calm, to think logically. I remembered the map, remembered the general direction of the cabin, and tried to follow what I thought was the right path. But as night fell, I began to lose hope. The shadows swallowed everything, and even my flashlight, which I turned on in a desperate move, only cut through a narrow cone of light. I could hear branches snapping in the distance, the occasional rustle of some unseen animal, and every sound made me jump. I realized I had made a critical mistake. I hadn't left a marker on the trail, hadn't marked the trees, hadn't left anything to guide me back. Now I was wandering blindly, trying to keep my bearings, and every tree looked the same. Panic started to rise, but I forced it down. I had been in stressful situations before, and I knew that losing control would make things worse. I slowed my breathing, focused on the creek, trying to listen, and then I heard it again. A soft, constant sound, water moving over rocks. Relief surged through me. If I could find the creek, I could follow it downstream to the cabin. I followed the sound, careful to move quietly, my flashlight cutting through the darkness in short sweeps. The forest seemed endless, but after what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint glimmer of moonlight on the water. The creek. I felt a surge of hope and exhaustion at the same time. I followed it slowly, carefully, my senses on high alert. Every rustle, every shadow, every sudden movement made my heart jump. But the creek was constant, reliable, and eventually, I saw a familiar bend, a place I remembered from my walk the day before. I was close, I reached the cabin just as the first hints of dawn were breaking through the trees. My body ached, my hands and face were scratched and dirty, and my clothes were soaked with sweat and dew. I collapsed on the deck for a moment, feeling the warmth of safety wash over me. I knew I had survived a dangerous situation, had been utterly alone and lost in the forest, and yet I was alive. The cabin, with its simple wooden walls, the fireplace, and the small comforts, had never looked more inviting. I went inside, lit a fire, and sat near it for hours, letting my body and mind recover. Over the next day, I took stock of what had happened. I realized how unprepared I had been. I had assumed a cabin meant safety, that a map and compass were enough. I had underestimated the forest, the darkness, and the consequences of wandering without leaving markers. I also realized the value of planning and precaution. I found extra batteries for my flashlight, laid out extra food and water, and even marked a clear path from the cabin to the creek in case I needed it again. I wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. The rest of the trip passed quietly. I stayed close to the cabin, exploring only nearby trails, always aware of my surroundings. I watched the creek move, listened to the wind through the trees, and felt a deep respect for the forest that had almost claimed me. I realized that the cabin itself was only part of the experience. The real challenge was understanding nature, knowing my limits, and respecting the isolation I had sought. When I finally left, I did so with a sense of accomplishment and clarity. The fear I had felt in the forest had been real, raw, and absolute, but it had taught me lessons I could never forget. I knew I could handle solitude, that I could survive, that I could push through fear with logic and perseverance. The memory of that cabin, of the night I got lost, and of the first moments of safety back inside its walls, stayed with me. I returned to the city changed in subtle ways. More aware of my surroundings, more cautious, but also more confident. I had faced real fear, and I had survived it without luck or chance, only with awareness and determination. And sometimes, when the city noise is unbearable, I remember that cabin, that forest, the sound of the creek, and the darkness pressing in all around me. I remember how alive I felt, how aware, and I know I would return one day, but better prepared, smarter, and more respectful of the forest that had almost claimed me. That experience was terrifying, but it ended well. I came back whole, with a story that is mine, real, and unforgettable. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The plan was simple. A few days alone in a small, isolated cabin deep in the woods, away from the city and all its noise. I wanted nothing but quiet, the kind of silence that made you feel every sound your own body made. I thought it would be peaceful, but by the time I reached the gravel road that led to the cabin, I already felt a tension I couldn't explain. The road was narrow and lined with thick pines and oaks, their branches bending over the path, forming a tunnel of shadows even though the sun was still high. The air smelled sharp, the scent of wet leaves and soil strong after the recent rain. Every few minutes, I had to slow down to avoid potholes filled with dark, stagnant water, and I realized how far I really was from anything resembling safety or human presence. The cabin itself came into view after what felt like an endless drive. It was a small structure made of dark timber, with a single porch and a slanted roof that had a layer of moss growing on it. I parked my car at the edge of the clearing, stepping out into the sticky dampness of the woods. The air was colder than I expected, carrying a quiet hum that seemed to come from the trees themselves. I carried my bag and supplies up the wooden steps onto the porch, noting that the wood creaked under my weight, and the small screen door groaned as I opened it. Inside, the cabin smelled of old pine and dust. It was furnished sparsely. A small table with 2 chairs, a wood stove in the corner, a twin bed with a thin mattress, and a few shelves with basic kitchen items. The windows were grimy but let in enough light to see the interior clearly. I set my bag down and started unpacking. I had brought canned food, a small pot, matches, water, a flashlight, and a few books. Everything was quiet except for the occasional creak of the cabin settling. I made a small fire in the stove, careful to place dry wood properly and feed it slowly, watching the flames curl and spit. The warmth felt good, but the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch unnaturally. I brushed it off as imagination. The cabin had been empty for a while, and my eyes were adjusting to the dim light. Outside, the wind began to pick up as the day faded. I could hear it brushing through the trees, and occasionally, a branch would snap somewhere in the distance. I had read online that wildlife often passed near the cabin at dusk, and I told myself that was probably what I was hearing. But as night came on, the sounds grew more deliberate. I could hear heavy, dragging footsteps moving across the forest floor. At first, I thought it was a deer or some large animal, but the pattern didn't match anything natural. The steps were slow, steady, and seemed to pause intermittently, as if whoever or whatever was out there was watching. My stomach tightened, and I felt the first real spike of fear. I checked the windows, peering into the darkness, but I couldn't see anything beyond the faint outlines of trees. I tried to focus on the fire, the orange glow filling the small space, and told myself I was being paranoid. I had been alone in the woods before without any problems, but this time, the isolation felt heavier, oppressive almost. I kept glancing toward the door. The lock seemed fine, but I had a growing awareness that the thin walls offered little protection if someone decided to come closer. The forest outside, dark and dense, seemed to hold eyes that I couldn't see. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the occasional snap of a branch, but it was impossible to tell how far away the sounds were. The forest swallowed sound quickly. I stayed awake for hours that first night. Every crack, every whisper of movement outside my window made me tense. I listened as the wind shifted, bringing new noises. The distant howl of a coyote, the flapping of something against a branch, a low thump that might have been a fallen branch or might not. I kept checking the door, the windows, the locks. At some point, exhaustion forced me to lie down on the narrow bed. But sleep didn't come easily. My mind ran through scenarios, some ridiculous, some plausible. The idea of a person in the woods wasn't far-fetched. There were hikers, hunters, and occasionally people camping illegally. I tried to remind myself that I had told someone where I was going and that I had my phone, but reception was spotty at best, and I didn't dare leave the cabin to check. Morning arrived with a heavy mist that blurred the line between the cabin and the surrounding trees. The forest looked quiet and normal under the gray light, but my nerves were still on edge. I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the clearing and the perimeter. The ground around the cabin showed signs of something or someone moving through it overnight. Small footprints, half muddy, half grassy, led from the tree line toward the cabin and then stopped near the edge of the porch. There was no indication of what made them, but they were definitely not animal tracks. My heart sank. I had to assume the worst. I spent the day reinforcing the cabin as best I could. I piled logs against the door, braced the windows with whatever I could find, and kept the stove fire going to make it look like someone was awake inside. Every time I heard a sound outside, I froze, trying to discern its source. Sometimes it was far, sometimes near. I realized that being alone made every small noise seem deliberate, personal. The sun dipped earlier than I expected, and darkness returned with a thicker, heavier weight. I didn't eat much, just a few bites of canned beans and water, but I couldn't focus. The second night was worse. The footsteps returned, slower this time, circling the cabin. I could hear them on the side closest to the forest and then on the opposite side. My mind raced with the possibilities. A hunter? A drifter? Someone dangerous? The fear was tangible, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I stayed in the corner farthest from the door, my back to the wall, clutching a heavy branch I had brought from outside. I imagined scenarios of breaking in, of being trapped, of fighting or running. Every snap, every rustle outside made me jump. I thought I heard whispering at one point, though I couldn't be sure. I kept telling myself it was the wind, the trees, something natural. But a small part of me knew it wasn't. I didn't sleep that night. At some point, I dozed lightly for a few minutes and dreamt of someone standing at the window, watching. I woke to a sound like metal scraping across wood. My heart jumped. I shined the flashlight across the clearing and saw faint impressions in the dirt, near the porch. Whoever had been there, if it was a person, had circled back. I stayed awake, waiting, listening, planning. I realized that panicking wouldn't help, and that if someone tried to get in, I had to be ready. Morning came again, and the light brought some relief. The footprints had disappeared. The forest looked quiet and normal, and the sun gave a false sense of security. I decided that I needed to leave, but the nearest road was a mile away through dense woods. I packed quickly, grabbing my supplies and locking everything I could. As I stepped out, I scanned the clearing, making sure nothing or no one was there. I began the walk toward the road, my steps cautious, slow, every rustle making me freeze. I stayed aware for hours, walking with my branch in hand, looking for any sign of pursuit. The forest was thick, the mist lingering, and every shadow seemed alive. I finally reached the gravel road where I had parked my car. The sense of relief was overwhelming. The cabin was behind me, the forest closing back over it, and I felt a deep, hard exhale of tension I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I got into my car and started the engine, keeping my eyes on the trees as I drove away slowly. I didn't see anyone following, and I didn't hear any footsteps, but the experience left me shaken. I realized that even in places that seemed safe and secluded, danger could be close, hidden in the woods, watching. The isolation that I had wanted for peace had brought fear and uncertainty. I drove all the way back to the nearest town, kept the doors locked, and finally stopped to rest when I felt safe again. In the end, I never returned to that cabin. I reported the footprints and signs of intrusion to the local ranger station, and they confirmed that there had been reports of people illegally entering cabins in that area. Knowing that, I felt some measure of relief. I had been lucky. I had survived, kept myself alert, and left before things could escalate. The experience left me wary of isolation, of trusting too much in solitude, but also aware of my own capacity to act, to stay calm, and to survive. That cabin in the woods remained empty, a quiet, shadowed place where I had faced my fear and come out alive. The memory of that place stayed with me for years, a reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't supernatural. They are real, and they are close enough to touch if you aren't careful. I had been driving for hours when I finally reached the small dirt road that led to the cabin. The sun had already dipped below the mountains, and the sky was turning a dull shade of gray, the kind that seemed heavier than normal, like it was pressing down on the world. My GPS had lost signal long ago, so I had relied on the directions the rental company had sent me, scribbled notes and a crude map. The cabin was supposed to be secluded, somewhere deep in the woods, and that's exactly what I wanted. I needed the isolation to work on my writing, to escape the endless noise of the city and the constant obligations I had left behind for the weekend. The road was narrow and uneven, covered in fallen leaves and small rocks. Every few minutes, I had to slow down to avoid a larger stone or a sharp dip that threatened to jar the suspension. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, and every so often, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights that weren't mine. There weren't any. The forest was quiet except for the occasional rustling of branches, the distant caw of a crow, and the soft hum of the engine. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the end of the road, where the cabin stood. It was old, built of weathered logs that had darkened with age, but sturdy. The roof sagged slightly, and some of the window frames were chipped, revealing bare wood beneath. Despite its age, it had a certain charm, a sense of permanence, as if it had been waiting for someone like me for decades. The small porch creaked under my weight as I stepped out, my boots sinking slightly into the damp soil. I unlocked the door, and the smell hit me immediately. Wood, dust, and a faint trace of mold. The cabin smelled alive in a way that city buildings never did. It smelled of history, of seasons passing, of the people who had lived here before me. Inside, the cabin was simple but functional. A small kitchen with a stove and a fridge, a wooden table, a couple of chairs. The living area had a tattered couch and an old rug, and a wood-burning stove stood in the corner. The bedrooms were tiny, the beds made of simple wooden frames with thin mattresses. I set down my bag and started to explore, opening cupboards, checking drawers, and taking mental notes of the places I could store food and supplies. Everything seemed in order. Nothing appeared broken or unsafe. I felt a small wave of relief. Being here alone was supposed to be relaxing, a break from stress, and so far it seemed like it would be. I started a fire in the stove. The sound of the crackling flames filled the cabin, and the warmth spread slowly, chasing away the chill that had crept in from outside. I made myself a cup of coffee and sat at the table, staring out the window. The forest was dark now, thick with shadows, the trees forming jagged shapes against the night sky. I thought about how isolated I was, how there was no one for miles around. First, the thought thrilled me. It was exactly what I had wanted. But as the night deepened, that thrill turned into a subtle unease. The silence was complete, absolute. Even the usual night noises, frogs, crickets, owls, were minimal. The wind whispered occasionally through the trees, and that was it. Every small sound inside the cabin felt amplified. The creak of the floorboards, the groan of the wooden beams, even the occasional pop from the fire sounded startlingly loud. I went to bed early, hoping to rest and start fresh in the morning. The bed was hard but tolerable, and I wrapped myself in the blanket, trying to ignore the shadows dancing on the walls. Sleep came slowly. Every time I drifted off, some small sound pulled me back into awareness. A branch scratching against the window, a thump from the roof, the soft scurrying of something in the walls. I tried to rationalize it, probably just a raccoon or a squirrel, but the sound kept repeating, moving around the cabin, never quite in the same place. My heart beat faster each time, and I found myself sitting up, straining to see in the darkness. There was nothing, just shadows and silence. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell into an uneasy sleep. I woke early to a dull gray light filtering through the windows. The first morning was deceptively calm. I brewed coffee again, made myself a small breakfast, and stepped outside. The forest looked different in the light. The trees were tall and dense, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked much of the sky. The air smelled fresh and earthy, but there was also a faint, metallic tang that made my stomach churn slightly. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was the soil or the old metal tools leaning against the shed behind the cabin. I decided to explore the area a little, to stretch my legs and get a sense of the surroundings. The forest was thick, and the ground was uneven, covered in roots, moss, and fallen leaves. I moved slowly, careful not to trip or twist an ankle. After about half an hour, I noticed something odd. The faint outline of a path leading away from the cabin. It wasn't on my map. It was narrow and overgrown, but it had clearly been used recently. I hesitated, my gut tightening. Normally, I would have shrugged it off, telling myself it was just an old logging path or a hiking trail, but for some reason, seeing it made my stomach drop. I went back to the cabin, telling myself I would ignore it and stay close. The next day, I focused on work, trying to write and ignore the small anxieties that crept up. But the isolation was starting to weigh on me. Every sound seemed louder, every shadow more defined. I started noticing details I hadn't before. Footprints in the mud near the cabin, small piles of broken branches that looked deliberately placed, and, most unnerving, the faint impression that someone or something was watching me from the trees. I told myself it was paranoia, that I was imagining things, but the feeling didn't go away. It grew stronger, sharper, more insistent. On the third night, the unease reached a new level. I had gone to bed early, trying to distract myself with writing. Around midnight, I woke to a soft, deliberate knock on the door. My heart stopped. I froze, staring at the dark wood, telling myself it must be a tree branch or some other natural cause. Then it came again, firmer this time, more insistent. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just listened. The knock repeated 3 times, then silence. I couldn't rationalize it. The cabin was far from the road, far from any other buildings. No one should be here. My mind raced through every possibility. A hiker lost in the woods, someone dangerous, an animal. But the sound had been deliberate, controlled, human-like. I stayed in bed, awake, listening, my body tense and trembling until dawn. In the morning, I discovered signs that confirmed my fears. The door had faint scratches around the edges, as if someone had tried to pry it open. There were footprints around the cabin, too large for a deer, too small for a bear. They were human. I walked the perimeter slowly, noting that the footprints led away into the woods, disappearing into the dense undergrowth. I checked the windows, finding faint handprints smudged on the glass. Panic settled over me, thick and cold. I realized then that I had been far too naive about my isolation. The cabin wasn't completely alone. Someone else had found it, or maybe had been there before me. Over the next day, I made preparations. I reinforced the door as best I could, wedging a chair under the handle and stacking firewood against it. I moved the heaviest furniture to block the windows that could be reached from the outside. I gathered sharp tools, a large kitchen knife, and an old axe that hung above the stove. My hands shook the entire time. I told myself I was being cautious, but deep down, I knew it was fear. Real, sharp, dangerous fear. I had never felt anything like it. The forest, once beautiful and serene, now felt like a trap. Every sound, the snapping of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, made me jump. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed near the stove, knife in hand, listening for the smallest sound. Hours passed like this, each one longer than the last. Then, around 3 a.m., I heard movement outside. Heavy, deliberate steps approaching the cabin. I crouched behind the table, trying to control my breathing, straining to see through the small window. A shadow passed across the glass, slow, deliberate. Someone was circling the cabin, studying it, studying me. I gripped the knife tighter, my knuckles white. The steps stopped for a moment, then moved away. Silence returned, but it was unbearable now. A living thing pressing down on my chest. Morning came, gray and oppressive. I knew I couldn't stay. The rental company's number had no signal here. My phone had barely enough battery to turn on, and even if I could call, no one would reach me in time. I had to leave. I packed quickly, stuffing the essentials into my bag. Clothes, food, water, the knife, the axe. I double-checked the cabin, making sure I hadn't missed anything that could slow me down. Every sound outside made me freeze, but I stayed calm, methodical. Panic wouldn't help me survive. Only speed and caution would. I left the cabin quietly, staying low, moving slowly through the undergrowth. The forest seemed endless, but I kept my sense of direction, moving toward the dirt road. The footprints I had seen earlier were gone, erased by wind or rain, or maybe deliberately. I didn't stop to consider it. Hours passed. My legs ached, my back hurt from the heavy pack, but I didn't rest. I couldn't rest. Every shadow, every distant sound felt like a threat. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the road. I followed it slowly, scanning constantly for movement. Then, in the distance, I saw a car approaching. Relief hit me like a wave. I flagged it down, waving my arms, and the driver stopped. I climbed in, trembling, barely able to speak. The driver didn't ask questions, didn't judge. They just nodded, and I sank into the seat, feeling tears run down my face. I was safe, at least for now. The cabin, the forest, the fear, it was behind me. I knew I would never return. That weekend had been supposed to be a retreat, a time to write and reflect. Instead, it had been a test of survival, a lesson in how isolation could be dangerous, how quickly peace could turn into terror. Weeks later, I reported the incident to the authorities. They searched the area around the cabin but found nothing. No one had lived there recently, no signs of habitation beyond the footprints and scratches I had seen. I never learned who had been there, why they had circled the cabin, or if they had been watching me the entire time. But I didn't care. I had learned what I needed to know. Being alone in the wilderness was a risk, and vigilance could be the difference between survival and disaster. I kept the experience with me, a sharp memory that reminded me of how fragile safety could be, how quickly control could slip away, and how deeply fear could cut into the mind. The cabin remained in my mind long after I returned to the city, but I never went back. I never wanted to, and in the quiet moments, when the wind rustled outside my apartment window, I remembered the smell of the wood, the sound of footsteps in the dark, and the relief of finally leaving, alive, whole, and aware that I had escaped something I could not explain but would never forget. I had planned the trip for months. The idea of escaping the city and spending a few days in the woods felt like a kind of therapy I needed. Work had been relentless, and I needed silence more than I had ever needed anything. I didn't want to hear the hum of traffic, the endless ringing of phones, or the constant chatter of people whose lives seemed heavier than my own. So, I found a cabin online, off the grid, somewhere in a dense forest a few hours north of the nearest small town. The pictures made it look peaceful, isolated, completely removed from anything human. The description promised a sturdy wooden cabin, a small creek nearby, a few walking trails, and no neighbors for miles. Exactly what I needed. I packed my car with everything I thought I might need. Enough food for a week, a cooler, a small gas stove, a first aid kit, blankets, flashlights, extra batteries, and even a crowbar just in case. I told myself that was excessive, but part of me also knew I was worried. It wasn't fear of ghosts or monsters. I didn't believe in that. It was the fear of being completely alone in a place where one mistake could become serious. The drive was long. The further I went, the narrower and bumpier the road became. Trees crowded both sides, their branches sometimes brushing against my car windows. By the time I reached the point where the pavement ended, I was already feeling the isolation settle in, heavy and pressing, like an invisible weight. The last 2 miles were dirt road, uneven and slippery with dried mud. I had to stop a few times to check the map on my phone, which had almost no signal. When I finally saw the cabin, tucked among tall pines and thick undergrowth, it looked smaller than the pictures. That was normal, I thought. Pictures always made things look bigger. The cabin was 2 stories, made of weathered wood, with a small porch. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and there was a stack of firewood neatly piled to the side. The door was unlocked, which I found convenient but a little unsettling. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and a faint trace of mildew. It wasn't unpleasant, just old. Dust lay thick in corners, and the furniture was simple. A wooden table with 4 chairs, a small couch with cushions worn thin, a bed in the corner with a quilt folded neatly at the foot. The kitchen was small, with a sink, a gas stove, and some shelves with a few jars of food. Everything looked functional, but I noticed there were no tools for maintenance, no shovel, no broom, no spare bulbs. It didn't matter. I had my own supplies. I spent the first hour unpacking, setting my things in the bedroom, and checking the cabin for safety. Windows locked, doors secured, chimney seemed clear. The sun was low in the sky by the time I had finished. I started a fire in the stove, and the warm glow made the place feel cozy, almost inviting. I poured myself a cup of instant coffee, and for the first time in days, I felt some relief from the tension I had carried in my shoulders for weeks. Night came quickly. Unlike the city, where there is always some glow from streetlights, here the darkness felt absolute. I could hear the wind moving through the trees, a constant rustling that almost sounded like whispering if I listened too closely. I tried not to think about it. I stayed near the fire, reading a book by its light, letting my mind relax. At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke abruptly to a sound. First, I thought it was the wind. The cabin groans and creaks at night, wood settles and branches scrape against the roof. But this was different. A soft, deliberate noise outside the cabin. Footsteps. I froze. The fire cast long shadows across the walls. I strained my ears. There it was again. A faint crack of a stick under weight, a deliberate step across the forest floor. I felt my heart rate spike, but I told myself to stay calm. There was a trail not far from the cabin. Perhaps a hiker or someone checking the cabin. But the idea of someone being here without warning made my skin crawl. I moved silently to the window, peering through the glass. The night was black, and the trees swayed in the wind. I could see nothing, but the feeling of being watched settled heavily on me. I tried to focus on practical solutions. I had my crowbar by the bed, my phone charged, and the door locked. I didn't want to make assumptions, but I also didn't want to ignore it. The noise didn't come again for a while, so I told myself I must have imagined it. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear. I went to bed, leaving the small lamp on in the corner. The next day, I tried to ignore the unease that clung to me. I explored the trails near the cabin, noting the creek that ran past it, shallow but cold and clear. The area was beautiful, peaceful, deceptively safe. I even started collecting some firewood, moving carefully through underbrush, trying not to think about last night. Yet a part of me stayed alert, a part that couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. It was on the second night that things became truly unnerving. I had made dinner on the stove and was sitting near the fire, reading, when I heard it again. Not just footsteps this time, but something closer. A scraping sound, faint but deliberate, against the side of the cabin. I froze, listening. The sound stopped, then shifted to the other side. Whoever or whatever was out there was moving around the cabin, circling it, testing it. I tried to rationalize it. Animals? Maybe a bear or a raccoon. But the sound was too deliberate, too coordinated to be random. I decided to check. I grabbed a flashlight and my crowbar and slowly opened the door. The night hit me like a wall of cold. I swept the beam of the flashlight across the trees, the ground, the porch. Nothing. Then I noticed the prints in the mud. Large, human-like, but muddied, making it hard to tell exact size. They circled the cabin, moving from one side to the other. I followed them carefully, noting the direction. They stopped at the edge of the woods and then nothing. My stomach tightened. Someone had been here right outside the cabin while I was inside. For the rest of the night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire, clutching the crowbar, listening. I could hear the forest around me, the creaks of trees, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of leaves. But now every sound was suspect. Every movement of shadow against the trees made my heart race. I realized how unprepared I really was for this kind of isolation. I had imagined solitude as peaceful. I had not imagined it as vulnerable. The following morning, I decided I needed to be proactive. I reinforced the doors and windows with anything I could find, moving furniture against them, checking locks. I also planned a careful scouting of the area, staying within sightlines of the cabin. As I moved along the trails, I noticed more signs. Footprints, broken branches, crushed undergrowth. Someone had been watching, possibly for days. I realized the cabin's privacy, which I had admired, also made it dangerous. I spent the next day preparing. I set up a perimeter around the cabin with makeshift alarms. Empty cans tied to string, placed near points of entry. I stocked more wood, prepared extra water, and kept my phone within reach, though I had almost no signal. By evening, I felt more secure, though still tense. I started the fire early, settled into the corner with the crowbar, and waited. That night, the footsteps returned, slower, deliberate, circling the cabin. I kept still, watching the window. I could see the faint silhouette of someone moving through the trees, cautious, observant. It was no animal. It was human. My mind raced. I thought about my options. I could try to leave, but the car was at the far end of the dirt road, and once on the road, I'd be visible and exposed. The police were hours away. I realized I had to endure the night here, stay hidden, and be ready to defend myself if needed. I stayed up until the fire burned low. Eventually, the footsteps faded, retreating into the forest. I waited an hour more before trying to sleep, exhausted but too tense for rest. The next day, I decided I needed to make my presence known, not aggressively, but to signal that the cabin was occupied and not abandoned. I left some items on the porch, clearly visible, a backpack, a blanket, even some tools. I hoped it would discourage the person watching me. I also planned for extraction. I would leave the following morning, driving carefully, ready to call the police at the first sign of trouble. That night, nothing happened. The forest remained quiet. For the first time in days, I felt a sense of relief, but it was cautious, tentative. I stayed awake until dawn, watching, listening, ensuring I was alone before letting myself relax. At first light, I packed quickly, double-checking locks, scanning the surroundings. I drove slowly, cautiously, every shadow along the dirt road keeping me alert. Once I reached the paved road, I sped up slightly, still wary. Hours later, back in civilization, I felt the tension start to drain from my body. I reported the situation to the local authorities, providing details about the footprints and the cabin. They investigated and discovered evidence that someone had been living in the woods nearby, observing cabins, possibly planning theft or worse. The experience stayed with me. I realized that isolation can be both beautiful and dangerous, that vulnerability is real in the quiet of the woods. I never returned to that cabin, and I never forgot the nights spent with shadows moving just beyond the window, the cold creeping in, the feeling of being watched. I learned the value of preparation, vigilance, and the thin line between solitude and danger. The cabin itself remained peaceful, untouched by anything supernatural, yet it had been enough to remind me that realism can be far scarier than any imagined ghost. I look back now and understand that I survived because I stayed calm, assessed the situation, and respected the fact that I was truly alone in a wilderness where another human could be more threatening than anything else. That clarity, that vigilance was my lifeline.